crazy. This is crazy. And I am very concerned for everything that's about to happen leading up to this reunion. And if Love Island does not control the monster they created, this is going to get very bad, because she came out of that villa with her chest puffed up and all of these followers who are excusing her poor behavior. She conveniently forgets that although she has this support now, she is still a woman, and she is still a Palestinian woman. So she is operating, an Arab woman at that, right? Who, although she does not practice Islam, her family does, but it does not matter in America, right? And she is doing things in a way where she cannot get checked. And America is the worst place to be humbled, because I'm telling you, she is going out, that she is out there. You can't get her back. Everybody, she got this big platform supporting all of her mess. That wake up call is going to be bloody. My God, today, because she is going to find out she might be white adjacent. She ain't white. We all seen it. We've all seen it. We all know it's coming, but she is so far out there, nobody's going to be able to get her back. And she is burning every bridge. So nobody with any sense is going to be able to speak to her. She is on her own. She literally went on this podcast and ended every relationship she had. This is insane. This is it. Like, so many things that she said on this podcast was completely uncalled for. But she is in this space. It's the emperor, right? She is in this space where she does not know that she is naked, because she has so many people lying to her that she cannot see reality. This is very scary for everybody involved. It is very scary of the things that she's going to do, how she is going to lead out. It is extremely scary for the people that are going to be her victims. And it is completely scary for that fan base that is bigging her up now, but that is going to be the same fan base that humbles her. This is scary. And I feel like it is Love Island's responsibility to fix the mess they created. This is, I watched this terrible interview, by the way. Let's just get into it. Terrible interview, by the way. All I have to say is bring back journalists. I could not get through this. I lied to you not, guys. It took me the entire day to watch this podcast. I started this this Call Her Daddy interview. I started it at 11 a.m. I finished it at 4 p.m. That's how bad it was. Ah, what the hell is that? What was that? Nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday. Ooh. The Nazis are watching. Anyway, it took me that long to get through it because it was just, maybe it's because I'm a millennial. I expect a certain professionalism from like interviews, right? You know what I mean? Like, I grew up with Barbara Walters, Oprah, Sally Jesse Raphael, Phil Donahue, man, even Jerry Springer. Even Jerry Springer had some professionalism. This was so poorly done. And I was like, she has how many subscribers? Gen Z, you have to raise the bar. Like, the mediocrity that y'all accept from these people that you platform is embarrassing. You have got to do. I know millennials didn't do this. There's no way millennials gave that woman this platform. This is the work of Gen Z. Ain't no way. We have standards. Ain't no way this is the work of millennials. It was so hard to get through. I get that it's supposed to be, I feel like I got it now because I've seen like 2 interviews from this woman. And I get that it's supposed to be, or correct me if I'm wrong, if you are a subscriber. If you're a Black woman that watches and supports this podcast, side-eyeing you. I am side-eyeing you, especially if you still support this lady after this interview. Anyway, I get that it's supposed to be, it's just, we're cool girls. And it's a cool girl interviewing her cool friends. And it's real chill, no frills. We're in my living room. I'm in a sweatshirt with socks on. And this is what we're doing. Real chill. I'm sorry. I need you in the studio. I need you. I need a button-up a blazer from Black and White. What's that store? Or Cachet. I need you in a blazer from Cachet. I need a bob. Okay? I need you to be locked in. I don't need you to have a personality. You're a journalist. I don't need you to have a personality or an opinion. You are supposed to get the information and let the audience decide how we feel about it. I don't need your input and opinion in an interview. That's not journalism. And I don't think she calls herself a journalist, but I feel like podcasters now are replacing actual journalists. And with the season of anti-intellectualism that we are in, it makes sense. But I pray that we get back to journalism because we need educated people in these positions, because I feel like if Huda sat down with an actual journalist, this would have went in a completely different way. It took me forever to get through it because the level of professionalism that I am used to and that I require was not there. But it doesn't matter. The podcast is popular. That's what we're in. That's what we are in. This is a tough watch. But the main takeaway from this is that there's no accountability. And she's only, and this is really smart of her team, because Huda is only going to people who are going to stroke her ego. Alex stroked her ego the entire interview. Right? Everybody's just like, she didn't take accountability. How could she? How could she? The freaking host was agreeing with everything she did. There was no way that she was going to take accountability. Even when she did take accountability, the host gave her an excuse. And I'm like, well, what the hell is this? Is this Huda headquarters? Like, what is going on? So there was no way there could be any accountability because the host was biased. I will also say, watching this, I'm not going to critique her mothering because I don't know that. I don't see that. I will say, for a woman that doesn't take accountability and blames everybody and already has her child defending her poor behavior, I'm concerned. And this is from what she has said and done. I'm concerned that this is a mother. I am very concerned. Very concerned. Anyway, so we get into this interview, and as soon as we start off, Huda has the black scent, the faux black scent. I don't know where it's coming from. I feel like it's a mixture of like all the black men she has slept with. So it's, it's black men in Memphis, black men in New York, black men in Cali, black men in North Kakalaki, South Kakalaki. It's just a mixture of the men that she has laid with. And it is just all over the place. I will say it was more cringy listening to this accent in this interview than it was on the season. I don't know why. And I'm like, why are you talking to this white woman like this? She was talking in this faux black accent so much and so hard that Alex started to mimic the accent. Girl, that's what I'm saying. I clocked that. And I was like, oh, you clocked it? I said, what is this? It was a freaking minstrel show. It was a minstrel show from both of them. It was so weird. It was so where, but the accent was so prevalent. I'm like, why? What is happening? Oh, I can't believe I spent my entire day trying to watch that interview. One thing I will say, one little funny thing I will say, the spray tan was taking me out because it stopped right here. And it seems like she just got a fresh one, like right before she did this interview. So like the outer arms were still very pale, but then you get to the inner arms and it's like this orange skin and it stopped right here. I was like, oh, girl, we needed a little bit more time out of the villa before we started doing interviews. And I honestly think, because I don't know if you saw Nick and Alandria's live, but Huda kept on popping in. And while Nick and Alandria are on live, she decided that this was the moment she needed to run into the room and tell Alandria that she got a big opportunity. And then the next thing you know, she's going to call her daddy. So I think that this was the big opportunity that she was sharing with Alandria. Side note, thank you all for letting me know. You guys let me know on Instagram, you let me know on TikTok, and you're letting me know here in the comments that Alandria and Chelley has unfollowed Huda. Rightfully so. I'm not even unfollowed. They need to block her. I don't know if you can tell if somebody's blocked without being the person's account, but they absolutely need to block her because she went with all the followers that she has on this woman's platform to 1.9 million people, and again victimized herself against everybody in that villa, especially Chelley. And it was just like, at this point, it's beyond this show. This girl is straight bullying with her platform, and I think she is going to use that platform to bully anybody that gets that she feels like is a target for her. And I think that's why some people are acting scared of her. But I'm just like, this is an easy giant to take down. All you need is a slingshot. Easy. Stop being scared and fight back. I feel like that reunion is going to be spicy. I feel like that reunion is going to be spicy. But as of now, Alandria and Chelley have unfollowed Huda, as they should. What the hell is going on? Aren't they all staying in the same place? With Alandria unfollowing Huda, what is it like in there? Because I've noticed Nick hasn't been online, so it seems like they probably squabbling in that Airbnb in the Valley. Because I haven't seen anything from Nick, and Nick is chronically online. So it must be crazy in there. And if Nick and Alandria have a different background the next time they do an interview, I know they moved. That they are not in the same villa with Huda. I mean, the same home with Villa. It's really unfortunate that she went on this podcast and just ruined every relationship. It was so unnecessary. But this is what happens when you give people who are not prepared and are not deserving a huge platform that they are not ready for. This is insane. And she's going to keep on talking because she has people who is going to support this foolishness. Let's get spiritual for a minute, right? Because while I watched this interview for hours and hours, although it was only 2, it took me hours to get through it. I will say this, we're here. All of this is happening because of envy. That woman envies Chelley. And that's why I was just like, I'm very concerned, because when it goes from just admiration to jealousy and then envy, that's when it gets very scary and very toxic, to the point where Chelley should not even be in the same space with that woman. I would go as far as for Chelley to get security for their reunion, because this girl is obsessed. It is very scary the way she is perceiving everything that has happened on this show that we have watched. She is not in the same reality, and that is concerning, because everything that she talked about that we watched, it was a completely different story. And that's why I say we have to bring back journalists, because Alex never clocked it. I'm like, did you watch the show, Alex? Because what she is saying never happened, but it was never clocked. It was encouraged. Her lies were encouraged. But I am very concerned and very scared for Chelley. I'm very scared for Jeremiah, and I'm very scared for Chris, because this woman has a huge platform and she is going to use it to harm people that she does not like. She is not well. She is not well. But what I was saying is, this is absolutely envy. And if you go to a deliverance church, you got to call. If you grew up in what is currently going on, you got to call out stuff. You got to know the names of stuff to call stuff out. So this is absolutely envy, and envy is very dangerous. It is very, very dangerous, as we can see. And if you want to get Black Baptist with it, this is a Jezebel spirit, okay? Envy and Jezebel all linked up in the same 5'4" body. Concerning. Absolutely concerning. And Chelley and her team, keep Chelley away from this girl. Keep Chelley. You in danger, girl. I think you know that, though. I think you know that. So here's why I think I'm going to give Huda and her team their 10s. Because here's why I think that they went on this podcast. Because Call Her Daddy started this, the girl on the host of Call Her Daddy started at Barstools. They had like a contract dispute, so she left Barstool and she started her own thing. But it started at Barstool. And if anybody knows what Barstool Sports or Barstool TV or whatever it is an extremely anti, if you're not white, right? So anti everything that's not white. They post a lot of racist, sexist, misogynistic, homophobic videos, and they've gotten really big because they were stealing content. So they became a viral meme page in the beginning because the owner of Barstool, which is Dave Portnoy, who is a pariah in Philly, he would steal people's video and just post them on his platform. So everybody started going there to watch those videos, and that's how he was able to red pill people, because in between those videos, he would throw in a video about his opinion, and he also will post about sports. So his opinions and his very anti-everything ideas were not the draw. The draw was the funny videos that he was stealing from other people and becoming a meme page, and the sports content that he was stealing from other people as well. When he built such a huge platform, then he was able to still maintain this platform, but also share his very terrible racist, misogynistic, and homophobic and classist views. So if you work under that, you have to have, your show has to have that same kind of essence, right? Which is why when Chicks in the Office, which is under Barstools, when they interviewed Nick Alondria, they kept on short circuiting because Nick was protecting Alondria. And they were dead set on him diminishing Alondria, because that is what the people who are viewers of Barstool want to see. They want to see the degradation of Black people. They want to, see trans people be humiliated. Like it is a network, I would say, that harbors some really terrible listeners and viewers. So Call Her Daddy comes from that. She would have still been there had they agreed to pay her what she wanted. So I am under the assumption that if you had your podcast there and only left because of money, not because of views, that you agree with that platform. So I was never a fan of hers, but I think for Huda's team, this is the audience, the Hitler Youth. This is the audience that will support Huda's terrible behavior and her mistreatment of Black men and women. So it is very smart for her team to put her on this show, because those 1.9 million people are agreeing with these terrible takes, not because they're terrible takes, but because they're going to side with her, because they have seen her harm and weaponize her tears against Black people, Black men, and Black women. So it is very smart for her team to send her to stuff like Call Her Daddy, because the host just stroked her ego and, let her know that how she felt was justified and that the big Black men that mistreated her were wrong. So this was actually good for her, for her being introduced to the Call Her Daddy audience, because they will support that, because this audience that watches Call Her Daddy have these feelings about Black people already, right? Or have these feelings about marginalized communities. That's why they support this podcast. So it was smart. It was absolutely smart for her to come on this podcast, because she's just going to gain more followers from it. However, I don't think it was a good look for her in the real world, right? Because she's burnt every bridge now of the people who will probably fight for her and be there in her corner. Now she's not going to have that support. She's just going to have a bunch of fans and yes people. And we see how that works out. It doesn't. But it was a smart move. It was a smart move. So we first start off with the sympathy arc. Like Call Her Daddy gave Huda a sympathy arc where we first start off talking about her childhood. And in her childhood, there was a lot of trauma. I'm not disregarding that. I don't know why it was necessary. I don't know why it felt like a setup. It felt like a setup for another sympathy arc for her, because the first, 20 minutes of the podcast is Huda talking about her childhood trauma and the things that has happened to her. And I'll explain, this is so, I'm so sorry. This is so sad. Oh, so that's why you do this. And that's why this happens. And that's why you react this way. And then Huda going, yeah, this happened to me. So that, the villa was a lot of triggers for me. Like that being in that villa was very triggering. And I just want to say this, as somebody who has childhood trauma as well, your trauma is not an excuse for you to harm others. What happened to you was not there. What happened to you was wrong. It is not an excuse for you to harm others. And if you were being so triggered in the villa, you should have left. You are not a child. You are a grown woman with a child. It felt very manipulative to me. Not disregarding her trauma, not disregarding what happened to her. It was not right. It was not fair. It felt manipulative to me. As we have seen her do in the villa, weaponizing being a mother. We've seen her use that. Use her child for sympathy. Use her tears to harm Chelley and Alondria. And to make the men in the villa be villains. Only the Black ones, because she couldn't pull it with them white boys. It just seemed very manipulative. And I feel like this was something that before the interview, her team and Call Her Daddy set this up, because it wasn't necessary. She's like, I'm so glad we're doing this, because the host, I'm so glad we're doing this because now we know so much about you. And I'm like, that's what you wanted to know? That's what you wanted to know? Something else was happening there. Something else was happening there, because even when she talks about how she was triggered in the villa, Alex is like, yeah, I could see that. And I'm like, and what, Alex? If you could see that she was being triggered and lashing out through these triggers, what else? Since you're so opinionated, what else? Oh, yeah. Oh, no. The way Alex downplayed Huda verbally and mentally abusing Jeremiah was sickening. But it was to be expected. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the history of America. It was to be expected. And that is why, no matter how you identify, whatever you look like in America is the side you better fight for. Because at the beginning, middle, and end of the day, they don't see Jeremiah as having a white mama. They see him as a Black man. That's why they were both able to sit up on that podcast and talk about him as this big black demon because of what he looks like, not his actual identity. Y'all better clock in, because the colonizers are, and the white and their white adjacent pets, child. They are clocking in. Like listening to not just Huda, the host, talk about Jeremiah. I was just like, oh my God. If I would have never watched this show, I would have thought that I would have thought that Jeremiah was abusing her behind the scenes. If I would have never watched this show. And this is why, black men, this is why before we stop doing that, and that is on you. Y'all have lost your safety. This is why black men who date out, or black men with low racial self-esteem who prefer non-black women, this is why in the beginning, because of the history of America, is why whenever we saw you with someone white, we or non-black, we were always, especially a white woman, we were always very looking at you out of concern, checking up on you to make sure that everything was okay. Because normally, if you were out with a white woman, you were not returning home. That is the history of America. The stares, the checking, we're not judging. It's trauma. Because we used to have to do that, because normally, if you were out with a white woman, you were fitting to be lynched. So we were always looking and checking and make sure eyes are on you, so we will know where to find your body. Fools! Fool! Y'all think we're jealous? The body remembers. We learned this from our elders because that is what they had to do. It ain't jealousy, it's fear. It's concern. Now, y'all have made that such a bad thing. Y'all have made this whole narrative about black women and black people in general who are just, who look at you, and y'all have made this narrative that we're jealous and we want your life. Now nobody checks for you. Now nobody's looking out for you because you'd have made us the bad guys, when it was just really in us to look out for. That's all it is, making sure you're okay. But now nobody's checking up on you. Be safe. Be safe. But she is at this whole conversation. It was so scary to listen to, because it was just like, this is why we have fear when non-black people come into our community, because look at how they both are painting Jeremiah. I'm listening to this and I'm like, I watched this. That did not happen. He love bombed me. What? As soon as Iris came in the villa, you put a hickey on him. Did you forget that the girls told us that you said not to touch him? Because that's the guy that you want? Telling them to leave him alone? You are harassing every bombshell that came into the point where the girls had to sit you down and be like, chill. But he was love bombing? If you would have never watched this show, you would have thought that Jeremiah was 2 seconds from harming her, and not the other way around from this conversation that they were having. And the way the host was not only affirming Huda's delusion, she was adding on to it. I was like, oh, this chick is dang. And she got that big platform. Yikes. Yikes. But it's typical. Typical barstool white woman. I'm not surprised, but that is very scary. Very scary, the influence that she has. And also the choice in words, calling Jeremiah possessive, controlling. I said, Jeremiah? The guy that was trying to get away from her, the guy that America stepped in and voted to save, he was possessive and controlling? Crazy work. Another thing that I noticed in this interview, if that's what you'll call it, is that it was never Huda's fault. It was always everybody else. It was the bullies in her school who she didn't like their jokes. Um, it was the xenophobia. That's why, that's why she reacted that way, because people were being xenophobic to her. People were bullying her, or what happened with her parents, or what her father did to her, or how her baby father treated her. It was always somebody else's fault for why she was so harmful. Never had to take accountability. It was always somebody else. Yeah, they bullied me. Yeah, they did this. What did you say? Removing your father out the equation, removing your mother and your family out the equation. What you said to them bullies? We see the mouth you got. What you said to them bullies? I want the bullies. I want them to hop online and tell us the truth, because we know she lies. So what actually happened? Because now she was bullied in the villa. I said bullied? Who? I could not. I'm like, you know what I also think? She hasn't watched the show. So she doesn't know what we have seen. She is just allowing her fan base to feed her a narrative, and they are messing her up. That's why I said I would never want a fan base like that, because they are lying to this girl, and they got her out there looking foolish. I'm like, before you do another interview, you better binge watch your season, because everything that she was saying, I was like, that didn't happen. That did not happen. And I'm just like, did the host watch the damn show? Because it was, oh my gosh, I can't. It was so crazy. I'm like, that host literally allowed that girl to say that she was bullied and she didn't check her. That's such a huge accusation. Bullied? Adios míos. Adios míos. Also, Alex, the host, wanted to also push the narrative, because she asked Huda about Ace. So she wanted to push the narrative that Ace was after Jeremiah because he wanted Huda for himself. On a show where everybody is supposed to explore, he could have did it. And that's why I wish he would have never kissed her. Because that kiss and the blindfold challenge changed everything. She admitted that she liked him, right? But then she says, well, I did like him, and I was attracted to him. I wouldn't have kissed him if I didn't like him. But he just started, going after Chelley. And I was like, that's where it started. That's where everything started. It is not about Jeremiah. It is not about Chris. It is about Chelley, because Chelley got the man that she wanted, and he would not come up off of her. So her entire presence in that villa was about stealing everything that Chelley had. She wanted her life. Scary. Single white female. Look it up. It's a documentary. Look it up. She wanted that girl's life, because her issues with Jeremiah was that he was not treating her the way Ace treated Chelley. Her desires for Chris was as long as Chelley wanted him. And as soon as Chelley locked in with Ace, all of a sudden she didn't want Chris. Very scary. And let me tell you something. I haven't read the comments. I hope nobody is in here defending the Huda, because I want to let you know, as somebody who has experienced several Hudas, y'all have no idea how scary it is to have a person you do not know making up narratives about you in their mind, to the point where they have convinced themselves that their life would be better if you did not exist. That's how scary it is, and that is where we are getting. I'm telling you right now, I have experienced this so many times. And when you, as a Black woman, have experienced a Huda through and through, who is not Black, especially as a dark-skinned Black woman, to have a non-Black woman obsess over you to the point where it affects your mental and safety, you have no idea how scary it is. Because as a dark-skinned Black woman, Chelley knew that she was not going to be protected. Thank God that we as Black women clocked in. But against a dark-skinned Black woman against the non-Black woman, that's going to be a fight. Because of how society is set up, because of the racism and colorism in society, everybody is going to initially believe the non-Black woman. And it's going to take the non-Black woman fumbling a few times before everybody sees the truth. I've been there. Because we're going to see the switch up. The more Huda talks, the more Huda messes up. We're going to get people, Megan Thee Stallion's hairstylist, who said they wanted to punch Chelley in the face. We're going to get them saying, oh, now I see what everybody was seeing. And they will not be held accountable. And they know that because their victim is a dark-skinned Black woman. Everybody's going to switch up. Even from this interview, I'm seeing people switch up. Oh, now I can see what everybody was talking about. Like, I like Huda, but this isn't right. Oh, now it's not right. As soon as she starts losing favor, all of a sudden, people are going to see Chelley's side. That's how dangerous this girl is. That's how dangerous this girl is. She is weaponizing that huge platform. She is weaponizing her white adjacency. And she is going on platforms bigger than her to push that narrative. And so now we have companies and brands feeling comfortable villainizing Chelley. Time magazine called that girl a bully. It's a reality TV dating show. And you call her on that huge platform to people who don't even watch the show, but they know Chelley as a bully. Oh, Lord. And I hate to say it, but when this turns around, the impact won't even be that great. The impact will not even be that great. And that's what sucks. Because like I said, the people that are going to switch up, they won't be held accountable. Nobody's going to be on their necks. Nobody's going to be on their necks. And it's so unfortunate because the people who are fighting for Chelley and Alandria have empathy. We're fighting with people who do not. There's no bottom for them. For us, there's a bottom, and we have empathy. So the minute somebody, checks themselves and just like, oh, I was wrong, we're like, okay, no. I think the apologies should not be accepted. I think BuzzFeed, I think Time, I don't think we should ever let up off of them because this was unnecessary. They need to feel the Target effect because like Target, they did not have to do that. And they did it because they wanted to. That's how this feels. BuzzFeed did not have to put up that meme or whatever, that slideshow where, what breakfast we'll serve to each islander. And for Chelley, it's a knuckle sandwich. The thing that you wanted to give Chelley is pain. You wanted to brutalize her? We shouldn't be able to move on from that. We don't need to. Black women should immediately stop following BuzzFeed. Never let them comments get cool. Time magazine. Never let them rest. But the problem is people that are fighting for this girl have empathy. And I don't think people will properly be held accountable. I think the only one who is probably going to continue to be held accountable, which is unfortunate, but she brought it on herself, is that Black girl, Nadia, who said that Huda can call her the N-word and she still will never defend Chelley and Alandria. Here is the thing. Colorism doesn't let up. And because she is a dark-skinned woman with African features, she is going to feel the pain that BuzzFeed should feel. And that's unfortunate. Because everything that she's getting, everybody who spoke harm over Chelley and Alandria should be getting. But she thought she was one of them. It is what it is. It is what it is. Here's the thing. For Chris, because we're about to get to Chris. For Chris, if you ever do a lawsuit, which I think you should, and call her daddy, and call her daddy to this lawsuit. You too, Jeremiah, because the way that host talked about the both of them, Chrissy and Jeremiah, extremely scary, extremely questionable. Extremely scary, extremely questionable. And to not only speak about these men like this as if they are the aggressors. After what we've seen, after we've seen this woman abuse them, the host is speaking about them as they are the aggressor to her large audience of women who are not Black. Extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous. From that interview alone, I know that Jeremiah and especially Chris, I know that comment section, I know them DMs are vile. I know they're a wreck. And because of Chris's skin color and size, he will not get sympathy. He will maybe Jeremiah, but not Chris. And it's very unfortunate. What can you do? What can you do? I hope that his mother and sister fight like hell for him. I really hope they fight like hell for him, because the host, when we get to the segment of this interview where Huda talks about Chris and the host says, oh, the way he bragged about having sex with you to everyone in the villa. I was like, when did that happen? When did that happen? We got the conversation of Brian and Chris, where Chris tells Brian that he folded. They were not directly being filmed. This was a hidden camera that is around the villa. Chris was not saying this to Brian with a camera in his face. It was a hidden camera that is all around the villa. And yes, they know that there's hidden cameras. They don't know where all of them are at, and they forget sometimes. It happens because you get super comfortable. But this is a guy confiding into his really good friend that he had sex. He was not bragging. He was not doing anything like that. But the way this host was talking about that conversation as if Chris did something so vile, when every time Huda had sex with Jeremiah, she let the girls know. Every time. She couldn't wait. She couldn't wait. So why didn't we bring that up? Why is it okay for her to do that to everybody in the villa? She was the one who bragged about having sex to everyone in the villa. Chris only told Brian. So why is it okay for her to do that and not Chris? What's the difference, Alex? What's the difference? Oh, wait, we know. We know what the difference is. And then her and Huda have a laugh about the size of Chris's penis. Because Huda says, well, I was trying to do things different with Jeremiah because I was trying to do things different with Chris, and I didn't want to be as affectionate with him in front of everybody because of how people treated me with Jeremiah. That's a damn lie. That's a damn lie. You were moving differently with Chris in front of everybody because you told everybody something different about your relationship with Chris. You told everybody something different about your relationship with Chris. You never made it seem like you wanted him as much as you actually did. So in the beginning, she was moving a certain way because she told Chelley that she brought Chris back for the both of them. So if Chelley knew that as soon as they got in the villa, she was having sex with that boy, it would have been a little different, and everybody wouldn't have been as on her side as they were later. So she was saying this because she wanted everybody to think that they were not, or she was not as locked in with him as she led everybody to believe. So this whole narrative that she made of, oh, I'm just doing things differently because of everybody, how everybody treated me with Jeremiah. No, you're doing things differently because you lied about your relationship with Chris. That's the only reason why. You're not kissing him in public, but you're having sex with him, and you're not telling people that you're sleeping with him because you're telling Chelley and everybody who listens, well, you know, I didn't want to get cut from the show, so I need somebody to stay in the house. So I brought Chris, but I also brought him so he could still explore Chelley. You're slick. That's what you were doing. And that's where Chris was just like, well, what's going on? Like, what is going on? You won't kiss me in public, but you'll let me insert my penis in you under the covers? That's weird. It's because she was lying about how deep in this relationship with Chris she was really in. That's why she did that. But her and the host made it seem like Chris was an aggressor. And he wanted her to be all over him. He wanted her to kiss on him. And the host was like, I just need him to get over it. Like, why does he keep on talking about it? Like, it's not, it's over. It's done. It is what it is. No, because if it was a woman, if it was Huda saying this, you would have had a totally different perspective. If it was Huda saying, I don't like the fact that he won't kiss me in public, but he will have sex with me in private, you would immediately understood. But with Chris, he's a big whiny boy and he needs to get over it. This type of feminism is extremely toxic. This is white feminism. This is exactly what it is, because that host is only a feminist when it benefits her. So they do these things. They do this. She gives me the kind of woman that will say, God, grant me the confidence of a mediocre white man. This world would be so much better if we didn't have white men in it. Am I right, POCs? Nah, you're dangerous. You're dangerous because you're going to sit there and play like white men are the problem when you're the co-conspirator. You're deflecting. You don't want anything to really change. You just want to replace the oppressor. You want to replace who's in charge. So you do this thing where your platform is about bashing men, because that whole thing that Alex was doing about F you to my ex, he's a terrible guy. How is that okay? How is that okay? But if your ex had a podcast and did that to you, you'd be on TikTok crying about how him and his fans are bullying you. But you can do it because that's feminism. The way they laughed at that man setting boundaries, wanting to be appreciated by his partner. Things that if it was a woman saying that, they could get it. They could agree. And the way they laughed about the size, allegedly, of his penis, I said, this is wicked. Huda's like, oh, come on. Like, please. Like, it wasn't even all that. Like, I could take it. It wasn't like I couldn't. And she's, the host. The damn host. How is that okay? How is that okay? But that, ladies and gentlemen, is white feminism. Because if Chris went on a podcast and started talking about how loose Huda's coochie was, oh, stone him believe it. How dare he talk about a woman's body? But you can insinuate, a black man at that, you can insinuate that he has a small penis, knowing that that's a check to his masculinity and what that will do to him. Suddenly, we don't care about people's mental health. Suddenly, we don't care about bullying when it's a black man. This is scary. This is scary. So Huda basically lied this entire interview. She rewrote everything that happened. The host encouraged it, never clocked her, just kept allowing her to go on with her lies, kept allowing her to play victim, saying that she felt isolated. No, you did not feel isolated. You were checked because of your poor behavior, because everybody told you to your face that if you crashed out again, they were going to vote you off because you were affecting everybody's mental health. And the only one who continued to keep it real with you was Nick. And you had the audacity to say that you and him were really good friends. We know why you said that. We know why you said that. And we know why Miss Call Her Daddy never addressed the fact that Nick never got off her neck. Every time there was a vote, well, I think Nick, I think you should go home. You shouldn't be here. You don't deserve a chance to stay here. Then when it wasn't voting, to her face, you need to go home. You've caused so much chaos. You've made everybody miserable. You need to leave. But Chelley and Alondra are the bullies. Okay. We see what this is. We see what this is, Carol and Bryant. We see what this is. And after trying to paint Chris as an aggressor, the host and Huda have this discussion about the pillow and Chris telling her to shut up. So suddenly the shut-ups weren't playful anymore. Suddenly the shut-ups were abuse. The host was like, he kept on telling you to shut up. Oh my God. She's shaking. She's scared of the Negro. Did you hear what she was saying to him when he said that? Did you see how everybody was having a great time with fake babies? And she came in and said, oh no, you're doing it wrong. Get away from the, like, did you see that? Did you see her destroy every fun moment in the villa? Alex, what the hell were you watching? Oh, it hurt me so bad when he said those things to you. With the way he said, shut up. Oh, her whole body reacted. I'm like, what? Was the shut up supposed to be a punch? They are scary. Oh, they are scary. They are scary. I could not believe what I was watching. Then we get to the whole pillow thing. And it's like, I just got my nose done. And he hit me with this pillow. And then she does this. Ooh, scary woman. She does this. I don't think, that he meant to harm me. But like, come on. He's 6'8". He didn't know his strength. Oh. I was just like, what are you doing? This was so evil. I said, now it's assault. Oh, you didn't care when it happened. That's why I put the tape on my nose, because, he hurt my nose. And I'm telling you, that girl is going to craft a story about her having breathing issues or something. She's going to get surgery because she wants to, because that's what happens. When these people change their face and bodies like that without getting a proper therapy, they stay in the surgeon's office. So she's going to be there. She's going to go back to get some kind of surgery. It won't be for her nose, but she's going to post herself in her surgeon's office, and it's going to be some caption about her getting her nose fixed because of some incident that happened in the villa. It is absolutely going to allude to Chris and that pillow. you would have thought that pillow was full of rolls of quarters. I'm telling you, there is going to be a post or a live where she is talking about having to get reconstructive surgery because of what Chris did. Scary girl. Scary girl. And the community that supports it, dangerous. Here's the thing. I am so glad at the people who reveal themselves as Huda supporters. It's the same thing as Trump supporters. Thank you. I know who to stay away from. I know exactly who to stay away from. And call her daddy is one of them. My God, today. Another thing I want to say, all of a sudden, Chris's wee-wee is small. The same wee-wee you were demanding, the same wee-wee you made a countdown for, is this what you're choosing to do? Is this what you're, the same wee-wee you were begging for? Now it's so. mm, 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 mm. Now we get to the water moment. Alex and Huda start talking about the final date, and when they were walking on the whole water and not picking her up. And Huda was so excited, right, when she talked about it. She was, because Alex was just like, "Do you know that you guys are like the first couple to break up on Love Island?" And Huda was just like, "Yeah, I was talking. Notice the black sit wasn't there. Yeah, I was talking to the producers, and I was just like, has this ever happened before? Has this ever happened before? Wow, like just ecstatic about that, right?" But then while she's so ecstatic, Alex suddenly turns it into a moment of horror. And she says, "I just didn't understand why he just wouldn't pick you up." And Huda's just like, "Well, let me tell you what really happened. So, girl, what had happened was I asked him if he was going to pick me up because I didn't want to walk in that water. I didn't know if it was glass in the water, if the water was dirty. I didn't want to walk in that. And what you didn't see was that I asked him to pick me up and he was acting like he wasn't. So I said, get the F out of here. But, they didn't show that. That never happened, you liar. That never happened. You told Chris to get the F out of here, and he still stayed there to tell you he's not going to pick you up? The man who has been trying to escape you since Chelley and Ace locked in, since he realized his dream girl was no longer an option. So you mean to tell me that you told him to get the F out of your face and you cussed him out and the producers cut that out? The producers that gave you the best edit ever in Love Island history cut out that moment. And she was like, yeah, because he did that and the show tried to make it seem like it was his big one. But what they didn't show you, you are a liar that never happened. Any black man that gets with this woman after this, it's on you. It's on you. You have an entire resume. You have her entire resume. Whatever happens to you, oh, OMG. And the way she dragged that baby daddy, I will never forgive this show for making me defend men and baby daddies. How dare you? How dare you? But the way she talked about that man, I will not be upset with him if he goes to the courts and says, at me and her, we don't ever have to see each other again. We will meet somewhere to drop my daughter off and my mom can do it. He has every right to not want to speak, communicate, or see that woman ever again. The way she told his business, we know she's a liar, so we don't know if it's true or not. But the way that she spoke about that man, and I was just like, well, if y'all have a healthy co-parenting situation going on right now, no way is it still healthy. No way are you and this man still cool. Why would you say all this stuff about him and saying it, he can't even defend himself? So she's giving this whole story about how he continued to mistreat her and cheat on her and she found out she was pregnant, and even when she was pregnant, he cheated. And it's just like, it was all, the entire thing was how horrible he did to her. If that did happen, it sucks. How in the hell is this helping your daughter? You went on a platform, and and currently 1.9 million people heard you talk about how poorly that man treated you. And your fans have been terrible to everybody. You knew exactly what you were doing. You put a target on his back for the Hitler Youth. That is your fan base. You put a target on his back. So now you're going to act crazy and act delusional when he starts telling you and complaining about the harassment he's receiving and everything that he does after this, everything that he says, everything that he posts, the receipts, if he want to go live, whatever. If it gets messy, you shot the first shot. So if he come on and start telling your business, fair game, fair game. That man never needed to be brought up. That man never needed to be brought up. The situation with her father, that's her story. She can absolutely bring it up. I'm pretty sure your mother didn't give you liberty to talk about her abuse. I guarantee you that lady was probably listening to that podcast like, oh my God. Because if she's a deeply religious woman, oh, we know nobody knew her tea. But she is saying these things to garner sympathy. So even if she got to drag her mother, she'll do it. If she got to drag her baby father, who she says has been great with their child, even if she got to drag him, she will do it. And this man has taken care of the child solely. Even praised you, says she has done this before because he's a military man. So he said, I got to give her grace. I'm not going to drag her for doing that because she did that with me. She held me down. Now I'm going to hold her down. Keep on talking. Because if he wants full custody, you're going to help his case. You are going to help. This was so unnecessary. But the thing about it is she's so far out there, nobody can pull her back. She's going to use everything that she can to garner sympathy, play victim, and that deranged, undeveloped brain fan base and demonic baby mamas are going to hype her up until they turn on her. And it will happen. It will happen because this is what Huda's going to do. Huda is going to lose reality, if she hasn't lost it already, of who she is and the nation she's in. And she's going to go after a beloved white. And that's when the tides will turn. She also suggested in this interview that everybody in Love Island, first of all, she said that her and Amaya and Alondria are really close. Not anymore, girl. Are you crazy? Not anymore. But she talks about that she's clocking everybody who's suddenly being nice to her after they bully her in the villa. She's clocking all of them. And she's just like, I see why. Basically saying that everybody in the villa everybody that was on the show is now being nice to her because she's the star of the show. No, people are not saying anything to you because of your demonic fan base. They're scared. They're scared. That reunion, I think the fear will have resided by then. And everybody is going to clock in. I will also say this. She said that now outside of the villa, she's the closest to Nick and Alondria. And I think that is intentional because I think she is very aware of how popular they are. Because although Huda has more followers on Instagram or whatever, or TikTok, she does not have the Nick Alondria impact. And everybody knows it. Everybody knows it. Who's the one getting all the interviews? Who, like Variety, like who's the one getting legitimized, right? So she knows how popular they are. So she is trying to align herself with them. But one thing I know about Marcel, he's clocked her T. He clocked it, and he's not gonna let her get nowhere near Alandria. So that pipeline that she thought she had, riding on the coattails of Nick and Alandria, is done. She's done. And it's so sad. It's so sad because I don't think that anybody is going to be able to reach her because unfortunately she is listening to them fans and she does not know how rabid they are. They are not fans of you because they like you. They are fans of you because they are bigging you up to spite Black women. They are not real fans. They are your enemy, and you are going to find out. Anyway, I talked long enough. That's all I wanted to say about this awful interview. Oh my God, today was a tough watch. But I am glad that I got a perspective that I already knew. Like all this interview proved to me is that I have been right about that girl from the beginning. No growth, no accountability. I will say she came off a lot scarier than I thought. She came off a lot scarier than I thought. And that host, scarier. Because that's how she uses her platform. Scarier. Anyway, that's all I had to say. What do you guys have to say? Let's get into it. I'm first going to start off with my super chats. Obviously, me, thank you for being here. Obviously, me said Nick needs to pull up to the reunion with Janae's style receipts. He will. And read everyone fulfilled why Alandria doesn't lift a single pretty little finger. I think he will. Nisha, thank you for the super chat. Nisha says, what are we talking about? I miss the Star family and I lovely, beloved, stunningly inside and out NikkiStar. I'm working overtime trying to keep my sanity. We're not talking about anything that is important. I'll give you that. Thank you for the super chat. Busola, thank you for the super sticker. Obviously, me said, Huda asking Pepe for a kiss in the finale. Listen, men, can say no, and they will. I still wouldn't let my man around that girl. Obviously, me, thank you for another super chat. Obviously, me said movie night during the reunion will be fire. I heard that. I don't know. I don't know what this show is going to do, but I think when the tides turn, they are going to be an important part of the tides turning, because I can, like, when lawsuits start flying, I could absolutely see this show making Huda the problem and not the way they edited her. Action Jackson, thank you for the super chat. Action Jackson said she brought Chris for Chelley, but then danced on Ace's face right after though. So here's the thing. I don't believe it, but we're going to wait for Ace and Chelley to talk about it. But she said that she didn't sit on his face. She just licked his penis. She was like, oh, I know this what it looked like, but that's not what happened. I just started from the bottom and I licked his penis all the way up to his chest. How is that better? Ace had on panties. He had on panties. How is that better? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, she is scary boots. Scary boots. Jimmy said, remember the first episode? She said she didn't have any friends. Well, she let us know why. I'm like, why? You're staying in the same house with these people. Why go on this platform and burn your relationships while you have to go back to the place where these people are at? No sense, no accountability. And I'm just like, you are really believing this fan base? Oh, Lord. Very scary. Crystal said, Nikki, I was going to slide into your DMs for this one, but I didn't want to bug you, LOL. So glad you'll be on. Listen, I was going to talk about this interview in tomorrow's after the Villa vlog, after the Villa live stream, but I kept on seeing clips of this um, interview. So I was just like, let me just watch it. And I was floored. Like the first few minutes, I was just like, this is absolutely insanity. So I was just like, I need to talk about this separately because it's so much in here. Although it's poorly put together, it's so much in here that we have to discuss on our own. CM said, Huda and them boogers are worse than a person crashing out. Same demon, different meat suit. Hannah said, hey, I saw some clips of that interview and it was horrible what she's doing. She's providing ammunition to her deranged fans to bully Shalandria. Yep. It's time to fight back, y'all. Miss Mary Mac TV, hey, said, good Lord, I thought I was done with this show, but I'm always happy for a Nikki live. So let me heat up this pasta and get ready for some foolishness. Purr. We got another super chat from K Pratt. Oh no. There it is. K Pratt said, well, time to give Huda the Kardashian treatment and just ignore because there will always be an audience for anti-Blackness and a Black person with issues to keep people like this famous and rich. Absolutely. Absolutely. The only thing about this where I don't think she'll have the Kardashian reach is I think it's because the time that we're in and because she is immediately toxic. Like, I will say this about the Kardashians. They started off very differently, right? Because at that time, Black people were the only people that really embraced them. When they finally got white acceptance, they threw the Black community away. But at that point, they felt like they didn't need the Blacks because they already had such a huge relevance with the white spaces they were trying to get into. And so at this point, it's just like, they're so big. Like, what do you want to do now, right? Black people can't be like, oh, I'm mad that I gave you that platform. You shouldn't have did it in the first place. I hope you learned your lesson. But with her, with Huda, she's already showing all of her cards. She's going after the community that she needs to keep her relevant. Like the Kardashians knew that. So they invested in children because they knew who the influence was. She is like weaponizing everything about her to harm Black people. I'm just like, I get you coming at the Black woman because that's what non-Black women who are in this one-sided beef with Black women because they're competing with these Black men that Black women don't want. I'm not surprised, right? Because that is the personality of that person. We get it. We've seen it before. I am absolutely gagged that she is eviscerating Black men the way she is. I'm like, that's who you need. That BBL is not going to be enough. That's your target audience. That's your target. That is the influence that you need. The Kardashians were smart enough to know that they need to be on them Black men's arm to get in those rooms. She is not smart enough. She don't know that. She does not know that. She is like the way she's going after Black men. I'm like, I wouldn't do that if I were you. Like, that's not smart. Girl, that is not smart. Oh, Lord. Oh, we got another super chat from my girl, Christina Coco. Thank you, Christina. Christina said, hi, Nikki. If you want to know background on how Alice Cooper got where she is, I am happy to provide. There are many racial, political, financial dynamics involved. Spoiler, you won't feel any better. Well, listen, I talked about it a bit in the beginning, but if you got some additional tea, let's go. Let me know if you want to come up. I'll share the link. And I'll just do that. I'll put the link in the chat for whoever wants to come up. Why not? Let me do that right now. Ooh. Just sent. So if you want to talk about it, come on up. Oh, I got another super chat from my girl. Hey. Christina said, no, I have not been Beyonce drinking. I know, sis. Come on up if you want to. Let's go. Um, Jimmy says, I knew Huda would not take accountability for anything, but even I am shocked with how delusional she is. Because one, she hasn't watched the show, so she has not seen her behavior. Two, she is listening to the people in her DMs. Mama Star is here. She's listening to people in her DMs, and she is listening to this fan base who is like telling her whatever she wants to hear. And it's so dangerous for her to do that because they are not your friends. Like, they are not rooting for you, they're rooting against you. You are not smart enough to see it. Derek said, thank you for the super chat. Derek said, me and my wife were going through withdrawal without you, Nikki and them. Derek, you're so sweet. Been waiting all day to see what you had to say about this clown interview. Also, hi, Miss Melanie. We love y'all, Nikki. Oh, Derek, I love you too. I love the fact that you are watching me with your wife. Thank you so much, Derek. Let me bring up Mama Star. Mama Star, are you ready?
It's Mama Star. I didn't even know I was coming on, child. I ain't got my makeup and stuff on.
She got a lot to say.
Let
Go
me tell
ahead,
y'all
Mama.
something. Thank you so much for having me on your show. But I love y'all, Star family. But I'm gonna tell y'all something. Huda is doing all this lying and stuff. She's digging a hole for herself. Several holes. Number
Several.
one, a lie, we have to live that lie out. And I feel so bad for sharing. No, I don't have no lip gloss. You can bring me some lip gloss. Bring me some lip gloss then. But for Chelley and Alandria, we really have to make sure that we keep on covering them and keeping them safe because she is very jealous. She's very envious. She is very she is enraged and she has been embarrassed, but she has been exposed as well too.
Mm-hmm.
And she is so jealous of them that she don't know what to do. She tried to befriend them. Then that didn't work out. And then she tried to come back because they apologized to her and they said, okay, we getting it together. But see, her jealousy was so thick, she did not even know how to come back.
Yep.
And I'm glad that they just eased their way out of the lion's den because she's something.
Mm-hmm.
She's something. But Huda is digging a ditch for herself that she's going to fall in herself.
Yeah.
She's doing all this stuff. She's talking all this stuff. And it's a digital print. And she is a mother. Certain stuff you can't be on here saying and doing, and you have a child. They can come and take her child. She talking about all the men she slept with and all the stuff that she did on television. She said she licked his penis. Now you can't be doing all that. What you do in private is what you do in private.
But
But
she
she's
said it
on.
like it was better. I was
She's
like,
licking his penis and all of that, honey.
ooh,
She
she
better be
does. What's his
careful. She
purpose?
better be
Well,
careful. And
hold on, Mom.
Chelley
Mom,
needs
hold
to.
on 1 second.
Okay.
I want to answer this from what's is the purpose says. Doesn't Huda have a half black
Okay.
child? I'm not sure if the dad is black. I know in America he would be considered black just based off of his looks, but he could be Palestinian as well. You know, Palestinians come in black, but he could probably identify a certain way. But he does look black. Go ahead, Mom. I'm sorry. I just wanted to
He
address.
might be a black man. Cause she
He
love up on a black
he
man.
might be black. He might be biracial.
But when I seen the baby, I don't know. I couldn't really pick up. But what I will say is this. She better back up. She better back up. Cause the ditch that she digging for Chelley and Alondria, she better be careful that she don't fall into it because she's digging
Mhm,
a deep ditch for
mhm.
herself. She really, really is. And I thank y'all for opening my eyes to Amaya. Cause I really wasn't even looking at her like that. But now
What are they saying about Amaya?
that Amaya is with Huda. Because Amaya is really, I believe that she's really jealous because her and Brian's supposed to be the winners, but Nick and Elandria is all over the place. Their fame to skyrocket. And they got somebody, because I seen something today that they have somebody that's taking care of their business
Oh, they
now.
do. Good.
Yeah.
Good.
That's why they're not posting like that. That's why you can't see them like that. Because if you look at it, when they first came out the building, they was just all crazy. They was looking all kinds of ways and everything. Now it's getting a little more format. So
Mhm.
somebody is helping them. They're getting a team, in other words.
Good. Good.
Mommy watching. And so they're getting a little more uniformed. They're getting interviews and things like that. And somebody was saying, I hope Nick never get any PR or any
PR training. Yeah.
PR training,
I
because
like how
Nick just
boss
say it
is.
off. He just said, "Oh, he just talking about Landria was pulling on his head." Nick, my mama. Because honey, he tell the whole story. I love Nick, but yeah, they're getting a little more, so they're not on like that. And
Mhm.
they have something where you can send a love letter to Alandria. I sent a couple. Um, to Alandria he said, I want y'all to send a love letter to Alandria and encourage Alandria and stuff like that. Because one thing for certain and two things for sure, honey, he done dipped his vanilla into that chocolate. And let me
Mom,
tell
do
you
you
one
have
thing.
anything to
Done
say
put
about
some
this?
listen,
You
everybody
think
wants
it's
some
all
cream
about
in
the
their coffee.
Colombia?
Let me tell
Oh,
you one thing.
girl.
He love up on her. But I want Chelley to get a restraining order or send her a cease and desist letter, because she's out of control.
Yeah.
And she is very jealous of
Chelley. This is
Chelley. She's
all about
very jealous.
Chelley. This
It's
is
all about
all
Chelley
about Chelley.
and her men's, because she can pull them. Hey, she thought that
Because
Chelley was all
everything is
too
about how
black. She can't,
Chelley was
and I'm
treated.
pretty and I'm cute and all that. Oh no, honey. Oh no, all you could do is lick the pee. That's
Okay.
what she said she did. That's
Okay.
her words. I was in the comments saying, what?
Okay. Okay.
I mean, she going on there saying that. I mean, people will take her child for that. Today, you can't say nothing on this social media
You
because
can't.
everything is held against you. Ask Diddy. You can't say nothing.
Yeah.
And her as a
Mom, let me.
mother, and
Okay.
then she's been going off the show. She done came back from the show. She's still out gallivanting around, and she hasn't gone to get the child. Now, in all actuality, if the child is with her father, she's cool. She
Mm-hmm.
don't have to go back and get her.
Mm-hmm.
But he
Especially
could take the
if she's
child.
making. Listen, I'll give her this. A lot of people just like she hasn't seen her child yet. I will say this: if this is an opportunity for her to make money to provide for her child, let her have
Hmm. Yeah.
it. Let her have it.
Or
I
if
want to.
she's with her father, she's okay.
She's
Because
okay.
the kids be with their mother most of the time,
She's
and the
okay.
father is out gallivanting.
You
But
are
the
right.
way she talked about the father, that he wasn't no good, child, it's so much as it went on. I said, oh my God.
Now let me answer this from Jimmy. Jimmy
Okay,
Speaks
okay.
says, Ola, Shelley, Ace, and Nick should skip the reunion unless Peacock steps in. I absolutely agree. I will go as far as to say that they need to do their own reunion separate from the show. And I think they should get on Ace's YouTube, whoever has YouTube.
Hmm.
I would get on there. I would do my own interview with a host that we picked with questions that they are comfortable of
Hmm.
asking. And I would go live the same time as the reunion.
Wow, that's interesting. But I was just saying too that Andy Cohen is messy. He will get.
Hmm.
Now he won't take no sides.
We'll see.
He's messy with
We'll
every
see.
daggone body.
We'll see.
Which whoever he asks, no. When you look at all them interviews that he does, he's messy with everybody. He take everybody see. He's not biased.
Mm-hmm.
He is. I haven't seen him be biased because he it turns everybody upside down.
Well,
Phaedra
we'll
too.
see. We'll see because the this Huda has been given a favorable edit. We'll see if it's the same at the reunion. Now, I will say this: if she gets a horrible edit at the reunion, the show has absolutely cut ties with her.
Hmm.
That will be the deciding factor. I'll be like, oh, okay,
Well, my problem
they're
with
going
the
to try to
show
distance
is my
themselves from
problem with
her.
the show is they're allowing her to say she was bullied,
Mm-hmm.
but no one has ever came up. Now Jeremiah, I don't mess with him no more either.
Yeah.
But they allowed her to call him all kinds of derogatory names and everything and bully him and be abusive to him, and no one said anything. So how are you being bullied now when you was abusive to that man?
Mm-hmm.
No one said nothing about that.
At all.
And the way she talked down to him, he was like, listen, I just don't want no smoke. And when Chris
Well, here's the
decides,
thing. Hold on, Ma. Here's the thing. Chris and Jeremiah better get ahead of this because this could turn really bad for them overnight. They better get ahead of this.
well, Chris said that me and Huda is staying in the same place. We're cool, we're cordial,
I don't
you
think that
know.
it, well, listen, I don't think they're cool now.
I
No
don't think they're
way.
in this I don't think they're in the same place anymore. After she
Yeah,
did these two
yeah.
interviews,
No way.
after Huda did these interviews, no one's cool with her anymore.
Yeah,
Even Pepe.
yeah.
Pepe said, what in the world?
This was not a good look for her. Let me get these super chats.
Okay, go ahead.
Christina, thank you for the super chat.
Can you get me a lip gloss or something?
Christina said, let me just put some concealer on. Okay, we're waiting. The N and the H, thank you for the super chat. The N and the H said a little something for watching this interview for us because, Lord, I know I couldn't do it. Glad to be a millennial. Thank you. Aisha, thank you for the super chat. Aisha said, hi, Nikki. I've been a silent watcher of you since Rachel's season of The Bachelor. You got me through high school. Oh, my God. High school and college, and hopefully you'll get me through that school. Amen.
Keep
Look,
watching, honey.
look at us. Look at us, Starvin. We have somebody actually growing with us, and
A
now we
doctor,
have
a doctor
someone
is
in
in the
that
house.
school. That's the Star family. Congrats, Aisha. Thank you
Yes.
for being here. K Dash Dior, thank you for the super chat. K Dash Dior said the chat hates Amaya now. Yeah, I want to know what happened.
Because Amaya is siding with Huda.
Do
And
we
now,
know that he's siding with her after this
yes,
interview?
but now it's coming out. And now she's starting to I think she's starting to feel like I think Huda is probably feeling her head. And I think she's kind of feeling that the Nick and Alondria is overshadowing her.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. Effie, are you ready? Yes. Come on, Effie. Obviously, me, you are on deck.
I can't believe
Effie,
I
Effie.
can't believe. Let me tell you something, Nikki. You know I love you because I have a very important career. So I have to be I have to be very like cautious
Yeah.
about what I say online, and I
Okay.
am also in marketing, and I've been in media and advertising
Uh-huh.
for a very long time. So I like you, I understand how this works. So
Yeah.
you know I love you because I'm like, you know what? Let me put some lip gloss on. Let
Yes.
me, let me fix my pajamas so I look a little bit more presentable so that I'm ready to speak about this. First of all, I love you, Mama Star.
I
And
love you
I
too, my
mean,
love.
I don't think you understand. Like, you remind me so much of my mom. So every time you speak, I'm like, yup, Mama Star's right. She's right. And obviously, Nikki, you know I've been supporting your channel for a while.
Yeah. Thank you.
The reason why I'm exposing myself, I've never done this, so oh my gosh, I'm a little nervous. Is because honestly, I don't like what's happening. And I think it's so many levels to this. And I think that when we take a step back and really understand what's happening as Black people,
Yeah.
we're in a very different like political landscape, as we all know. So it's being reflected in social media, it's being reflected in like, art news articles, just the general sentiment in the office. And I feel like we're at a time where people need to pick a side.
Yeah.
Point blank, period.
Yeah.
You're either supporting Chelley and Alondria or
Mm-hmm.
you're against Chelley and Alondria. And I'm not saying that if you're against Chelley and Alondria, you're racist.
Mm-hmm.
But sorry to use that word. I know you have a channel, you have to monetize.
It's fine. It's fine.
But I'm not saying that like, you're racist or whatever if you're not supporting Chelley and Alondria. But if you're not supporting Chelley and Alondria, I'm gonna look at you sideways and
Yeah.
I'm gonna question you.
Mm-hmm.
Because at the end of the day, yes, we know that we only see an hour of a 24-hour show. But the things that we're seeing, it's very clear and it's very apparent that the narrative that's being painted
Yes.
around Chelley and Alondria is not fair.
Yeah.
It's not
It's
fair.
not. And
Mm-hmm.
girls will be girls, whether
Yeah.
you're in an all black environment or a diverse, I'm, from New York, whether you're in a diverse environment, girls will be girls. But at the end of the day, like, I don't care how you twist and turn it, Huda was clearly a bully on this show.
Yes.
She
Absolutely.
was clearly a narcissist on the show. She
Absolutely.
clearly suffered from like mental issues, trauma, whatever
Yeah.
she talked
Yeah.
about
Yeah.
in the interview. And the only time that you saw like Chelley say something to her was when it got to a point where she was like, "All right, I've been quiet, let me speak on it."
Yeah.
And I personally feel like I'm not in PR, I'm in marketing. But if I was in PR, PR is a part of marketing.
Yeah.
But if I was, solely in PR, I would encourage Chelley and Alondria to only speak with Black media,
Yes.
Okay.
because I think that there are certain questions that a Black podcaster or journalist are going to ask that, like a Nick Val or Vaval, I don't know, I don't really know his name, or the
Mhm.
other girls in the office and the one who Huda interviewed with, they're not going to ask those
Yeah.
questions.
Mhm. Mhm.
And as it pertains to Maya, I think we have to be very careful when we address the Hispanic community,
Mm-hmm.
because there are, and I've been on social media, I see both sides of it. There
Yeah.
are the Amaya fans that are riding with Chelley and Alondria, and then there are the ones who are riding with, like, the Hudas.
Of course.
And once again, I'm going to say you have to pick a side, because when you don't pick a side, you're
Mm-hmm.
picking a side.
Right.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, I really, despite all the noise, I want them to gain followers and
Yeah.
get to the bag and have
Yeah.
sponsorships, because they were so, oh my God, they were like so professional and like poised. They
Mm-hmm.
didn't like, have sex on the, excuse my language. They didn't have
Right.
sex on the
Right.
show.
Mm-hmm.
They were just like the epitome of what we would want any woman to be, whether they were Black, Spanish, or white.
Mhm.
They, Alondria had her issues with Taylor. She was able to figure it out. They
Yeah.
held it together. They
Yeah.
didn't crash out.
Mm-hmm.
They weren't using, Alondra used some profanity, but that's fine. It is what it is. She really kept herself in such a positive light. And
Yes.
everybody in America is like supporting this woman who was crashing out,
Mm-hmm.
using all of these crazy words. It's crazy. Everybody wants to talk about how Black people are ghetto. No, Huda is ghetto.
Mhm.
Huda is ghetto.
Because it's safe for
Like,
her. It's safe for her to be that.
it point blank period, your
Mm-hmm.
upbringing. Oh,
Thank you.
everyone, oh, we need to give Huda some grace because she's from a country that's
Yeah.
going through war. Okay, Hellish Haitian.
Yeah.
Haiti's been fighting for 200 years.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Like, so where's the grace for
They're
Chelley?
obviously deflecting because they don't want to hold her accountable. That's the thing. So they'll throw anything out there. It's her culture, or it's her being a mother. And then
It's
when
her trauma.
it's her trauma. That's what I was going to say the next thing. It's the trauma. It's like she's never had to be
Held
held
account.
accountable.
Yeah.
And it's like, and I'm trying not to engage too much in the social media rhetoric
Yeah.
because I am a millennial.
Hmm.
So I do understand that like Gen Z, they grew up in the social media era.
Yeah.
They talk in Twitch, they talk
Yeah.
in TikTok language. You
Yeah.
know, they don't really understand the social nuances
Mhm.
of like, things that are not on social media.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I get like that a lot of the followers and a lot of the people who are posting are younger people, but I just encourage everyone to wake up and realize that you have to pick a side. And I'm
Yeah.
not saying that if you pick a side, you're engaging in the racial rhetoric. Racism is what it is. It's not going away. It's been here. You have to, by you picking a side, it's you saying that I don't agree with this. I
Yeah.
don't support this.
Yeah.
And it's not to say that like everyone has racial biases,
Mhm.
but specifically for non-black people, I want to be very clear, non-black people. I'm not like anyone who is non-black, you
Mhm.
need to pick a side.
Yeah.
And you need to pick the side of right. And at the end of the day, Huda has her emotional issues. She's a symptom of a much larger problem. But
Yeah.
there's no way that you could sit and watch that interview and agree with anything that she has to say. She was narcissistic.
Yep.
She didn't take any accountability.
Accountability.
And when she had the opportunity to clean up all of the negative things that were happening with Chelley and Alondria, she chose to double down
Yep.
and say, "Oh, well, Chris was looking at Chelley." Just admit that you were jealous of Chelley. Like
Just say
people will
it.
respect you
Just
more.
say
Yeah.
it. Just
Yeah.
say it.
When
I,
you own your stuff, people will, respect you. You
yeah.
have to take accountability for what you did. And Huda never done that from the beginning. She
Absolutely.
should have gotten off of the show, and it's the show's fault that she's on there that long. I do want to say, Effie,
Yes.
you're so beautiful, and thank you
Oh,
so much
thank
for
you.
coming
Yes.
up.
I put
I
some lip
wanted to
gloss
say that
on.
at first.
I didn't put
You
no
look
foundation. I was like,
amazing.
let me.
Gorgeous.
And
Thank
I
you.
thank you for that, for bringing that up, because Huda, because she was abused or whatever her situation is, it does not give her a pass to be able to mistreat
Exactly.
people.
Yeah.
And the girl who did the interview, she should have pointed that out, but she's so thirsty for viewers,
Mm.
that she let that rhetoric go on.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna tell you something: people like that, they don't win. They don't
Mm-hmm.
It.
win.
I
They
completely agree
have
with you.
a moment,
Mm-hmm.
and then they're cut down like a blade of grass. That's what my Bible tell me. So
Yes,
those that are
but
moving with wickedness like that,
Yeah.
she ain't gonna last.
thank you for letting me like blab on. I just want to end by saying that like I think at a time like now I really just encourage all of the black YouTubers and content
Hmm.
creators and publications. I think that they need to show support
Yeah.
Yeah.
for Chelley and Alondria, however that may look.
Hmm.
And I think it's so important to have conversations like this. And this is why I love you, Nikki, because you have a really
Oh.
good way of breaking things down to a point where like I'm just like, oh, and I'm a little older, but I'm like, I didn't even know that. She's educating me. And Mama Star, you're amazing. We love you so much.
Oh. Nikki
and
beat me up.
Lies. Lies.
Philly girls rock because I'm
Yes,
actually
we
close to
do.
Philly. East
Yes,
Coast
we do.
girls,
Yes.
The
East Coast
215.
always. And have a good night and
Thank
You too,
support
my
you.
Chelley and
love.
Alondra. Everyone in the
Yes.
chat, like the
Yes.
video because I know y'all gonna forget and
Yes.
support
Yes.
Shelly and Alondria.
That's
Love
right,
you.
Yes.
Effie.
Make
Thank
Mama Star
you.
happy. Like the video.
Yes.
All
Thank
right.
you, Effie. And please come back anytime. I love
I'm ready.
yes.
Okay.
Anytime. Thank
Thank
Bye.
you.
you.
Bye. So Effie made some really great points.
Yes, she did.
And one I wanted to talk about um, was Huda and like not having any accountability. And I think the reason why Huda is not going to have any accountability or why she won't recognize that is because if she recognizes why she's doing the things that she is doing, it will remove the false power that she believes that she has because she has to admit that she is crashing out or reacting the way that she is reacting because a dark-skinned Black woman is getting the treatment that she believes is owed to her.
Mm-hmm.
So if she says that, then she has to acknowledge that a dark-skinned Black woman is seen as the prize of the men that she has been able to, snatch and mistreat. So if she acknowledges that, she gives the power and the reality over to the fact that in the community that she thinks that she is stealing men from, that is the standard.
Yeah.
So she would have to acknowledge that she is not competition for her. And
Period.
what was happening with her in that villa is that she saw this woman not only get the treatment that she believed that was owed to her, she saw her also get the treatment by the men that she wanted.
Right.
And what I like about this show, don't like much anymore, but what I like about this show is that Love Island showcase, especially in the Black community, the truth of our community, because so many people were just shocked by the fact that Ace wanted Chelley and Chris wanted Chelley, to the point where they were making up these narratives that that the guys that Chelley was getting secretly wanted Huda, and Chelley was mad at Huda because the guys that wanted Chelley secretly wanted Huda. It made no sense, but they had to make these narratives because, again, what Effie said, this is like Gen Z lives. They are the generation that was raised on social media. Millennials was the generation that was raised to fair social media, but also fact check everything.
Yeah.
So this generation wasn't raised like that. So they're thinking that what they see on social media is the reality.
Mm-hmm.
So when they're seeing this, when they're seeing these two dark-skinned Black women be loved on, and then to have Alondria
they're beautiful.
And they're beautiful. And then to have Alondria not only be loved on by a white guy, but to be loved on by a white guy that they find attractive or that they think is a quality white guy, it is freaking them out because they are people who were raised on social media. So that is their belief and understanding, but that's not the real world. Because in reality,
he's salivating over that Black.
Yes. In reality, Chelley and Alondria in the real world is clearing a Huda. But on social media, they see something completely different, and it shows how warped people's idea of reality is. Mm-hmm. So we can't have accountability from Huda, because then if we have accountability, then we have to talk about the fact that the preference is not only no longer the preference, but not the preference for the community that she wants to conquer.
Also, what we're getting ready to see is that Black people is coming back. Okay.
Yes.
We're coming back. We're no longer in the back. We're no longer fighting for issues that don't concern us. We're no longer in that place anymore. We're coming to the front. Mm-hmm. We're moving to the front, and you gotta respect us.
Yes,
because
like what Effie said,
Chelley and Alondria. First of all, Alondria tried not to even get with this man. She kept
and that's the thing that's driving them crazy. Yes. They saw him yearn for her. They actually saw how he treated other women, and then how he treated Alondria.
Yes.
Their minds can't take it because they are used to, all men hate dark-skinned Black women. And then to see this dark-skinned Black woman,
Ace said, "I'm gonna take care of my woman.
Yep.
I'm gonna take care of my woman." He took her out and bought her all that stuff. What she had on at Disney World.
Well, he said it. He said, "I got her hair done, nails done." And she looked at me and said, "Clock it." That's my phone.
Yes. They are the cutest. And what is going on is they hate him because it's genuine.
Yeah.
It's genuine. He loves her, and she loves him.
Their reality.
And he chased
it's her. Not the truth for what they think it is. Like, they can't believe that this is real. So they're just like, "Oh no, he doesn't like her. He's just being nice. Oh no, he really doesn't like her. He wants Huda."
Right. He said, "I'm fighting for you." He said, "Is that dude ready to go to war?" Mm-hmm. He said, "You think I'm playing? I'm not playing."
Yep.
And Nick said, I want her. From day one, I wanted her.
Yeah.
She didn't know how to, because she's so loyal, Alondria, she's so loyal as
Mm-hmm.
a friend. She said, well, I wanted to tell, Sierra and Taylor what happened because I don't do things like that. But when she realized that Taylor wasn't rocking with her, she is such a beautiful young lady. She
Mm-hmm.
said, she accepted it and said, okay, oh, well, I wish him well. She
Mm-hmm.
just did not like the way he went about it because
Yeah.
he was trying to be slick. But, honey, they finding out that black people are great people. Black women are nice people. We not
Mhm.
all that they say we us. And she said that somebody bullied her, but she can't prove it because we didn't see no bullying.
Yeah.
She can't
And
prove
that,
it.
but see, this is the thing. I think that is the thing that is going to really start to remove sympathy from her is
Hmm.
the fact that everybody watched this show,
Yeah,
and for
and they
her
didn't.
to say what she believes happened, everybody's just like, wait a minute, that didn't happen. We saw it.
Right.
You can't change this narrative of something that we actually saw. And also, obviously, me, you're on deck. Before I bring up obviously me, I want to talk about how Effie also said you got to pick a side, and I
Yeah.
absolutely agree.
Yeah.
You have to pick a side of where you are going to stand, and
Yeah.
that is everybody is for the remainder of the time that we have to live under this administration. That's
Hmm.
going to be. Are you
And
going to
also,
stand on the side of hate, or are you going to stand on the right side of history?
that's right. And also, I'm gonna tell you, look out for this. They are not the first people that she done stuff like that to. People are gonna
Mhm.
start coming out the woodwork
Oh yes,
telling you about Huda. People that
baby,
she know,
it's going to take an iris.
yes,
It's going to take an
yes.
iris.
Because she said she don't have no friends. We see why.
Hmm. Oh my God, the interview is currently at 3.3 million views. That is dangerous.
Yeah.
That is dangerous. Obviously, me, let's go.
Hey,
Hey.
Obviously me. Hi, my
hey, I'm feeling pretty good. Not bad, not bad. Um, I just wanted to mention when y'all were talking about Nick and Ola, one thing that she did reveal in the interview is that because she comes from Alabama, like she didn't believe that someone like Nick was even checking for her.
love. Yeah.
Yeah, she admitted that. And I was like, oh, like she doesn't know about the Jacksonville lore. Like
Ah,
she doesn't know about it. She doesn't know about it. But yeah, that was that I definitely predicted that for sure. But one thing I wanna about this Huda Ace dynamic and how it even relates to last season, because somebody brought it up in chat. Y'all got me going. I'm just saying. Um was that yeah, I even saw like people saying like, oh look, Ace is actually really into Vanna. Like it was like it was
They were throwing anything at the wall and hoping it stuck. Anything but believe that this dark skinned black woman is actually somebody that he likes.
And they
and
act
it
like they wasn't
reminded
watching the
me,
show because he was chasing them.
yeah, but it
Yes.
reminded me of because somebody said that Huda was, mad and jealous like of the attention that Chelley was getting. And it reminded me of because I just saw a post about it on Threads. Like somebody brought it back up again. Um it reminded me of Janae, Serena, but especially Janae and Rob. It
Mm,
reminded me of them from last season and how people were talking about how Leia, still doesn't, I don't believe she likes Janae. And I'm like, yeah,
mm,
because her, who she was stuck on was really into Janae. Like,
Yeah.
no tea, no shade, no shade, no love either.
mhm.
I'm gonna be honest, but yeah, like the way Rob, okay, so the funny thing about um that first episode of season 6, um I don't know if you noticed, but in the trailers for season 6, they showed how day 1 when everyone was kissing who they're interested in, Rob actually kissed Serena, but they
Mm.
edited it out. But they put it in the trailer for the show. I remember that. I remember that
Oh,
loud and clear. Yes, like they actually edited that out. But it was in the trailer and it was like, advertising for the show. And I remember that like clear as day. Like I was like, where is this? Like that's not in there. Um and I remember like, eventually, Rob's sister was like, telling all and being like, oh no, Rob has a history of, dating the sisters. Like, I was like, oh, I can believe that. Yeah, no. And then like
Wow.
every, Rob would be on live with Janae and like complimenting her. Of course she like, friend zone him. But it's kind of a running joke of like, if, her and Kenny don't work out, Rob
Rob is
always
right
in them
there.
DMs. I'm telling you, like, but that just reminded me of that because people will also calling, Janae and Serena everything but a child of God too.
Yep.
Same with Olandra, you know, and it kind of reminded me of like that dynamic of, why some people like just don't believe, especially with After or
Mhm.
Beyond the Villa, like people just don't buy Leia sincerely liking Janae. And I think maybe that, that Rob really checking for her
Mhm.
and the friendship that he had with Serena too. Like when he left, like
Well,
she was
well,
crying.
also remember, people couldn't believe that Rob liked Leah. They were just like, no, this isn't
No,
real because they are all in their bubbles. Like I went
no.
to I forget, I think it's called, is it Magnet? I forget what kind of school my school is called, but I went to a performing arts high school and we had to have
Hmm.
a certain amount of each race to get funding from the city. We had to have a certain amount of each
From the state.
race from the state. We had to have a certain amount of each race in the school. So it was like 10% Asian, 10% Black American, 10% Italian, 10, like we had to have like correct numbers of all. So my friend group is really diverse. And the craziest thing is what one of my two of my best friends moved. We
Mhm.
all me and a few of my best friends moved out here. Only three of us lasted, right? From Philly to LA. And when me
Hmm.
and my best friends hang out, it's the weirdest thing how people constantly come up to us and are like they look at us like we're in a history museum. It is the
Hmm.
craziest thing because people are always gagged that it's like this diverse group of people who are actually really, really
Friends.
friends. And I
Hmm.
think it's because people's bubble or the life that what they live in, they don't differ from that. And they don't realize the rest of the world is so different. So these people who grow up in these bubbles, they don't really travel. They don't leave their small town. They don't even travel to the city. They
Yeah.
they don't know how other people are living and they think that everybody lives like them. So when they see so what they don't see, they see on the internet and they think that this is it. So when they see these black girls being loved on, when they see this Armenian girl being loved on by this like corn-fed white boy, they're just like, that doesn't make any sense. But it's just like for a
Hmm.
lot of people, it does. For a lot of people, this is their reality. So your reality might be real racist, real strict. But other people who grow up in cities, people who live in diverse communities, this is actually their reality. For the black
Right.
community, it is absolutely very real to see black couples, dark skinned black couples, light skinned partner, dark skinned, like that is the norm for our community. But if you leave it to Love Island, they're like, this never happens. And I'm like, no, this does. Take a walk in Philly. You'll see it. But for a lot of
Uh-huh.
people, they are projecting their biases onto
Hmm.
this show because
Clock
they
it.
cannot believe that Chelley and Alondria are the most desired girls on that. They can't believe it. But I'm just like, I'm sorry, they would eat in Philly.
And I hate to, because
They
people have
gonna
been
eat
drawing this
anywhere they go.
parallel.
Yeah.
Yes, because I hate to make it, because it's like it really is like it's deja vu, but like Leia specifically being like Middle Eastern and it's the same like
Mhm.
It's like literally like, I don't want to, because a lot of people are saying like, oh, they're the next PPG, and like I was like, okay, are you just saying that because like the ethnicities are matching up or
That's
something?
exactly
But
what it
I
was,
feel
and
like
that's why they were cast. The show
yes,
wanted to recreate PPG, and they recreated a monster.
yes, and I think like because it's like, are we gonna forget how Rob reacted to Janae in that heart race challenge? Like that yeah, that was something else. I'm just, it was definitely. I don't think people were. I don't think people were, delusional when they were clocking
Mhm.
um that dynamic, because for me, like, I was one of the people who never bought the Lay and Rob thing at
Mhm.
all.
Mhm.
Um, but
How do you
yeah,
feel
no,
about
like,
Nick and Alondria?
Mom, she's the first shipper. They're the first shipper for that couple.
Huh?
Mom,
I
obviously
saw.
me is the person who said it, who said that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's why I said, how do you feel about? Because you said you never bought them. How do you feel about Nick and Alondria?
Oh, I saw them. When
Before
we had
anybody
the
did.
yeah, when we had the full cast drop before the
Yep.
season even started, you see like Alondra and Nick are like right next to each other, and I was like, oh, like they would just make an attractive couple. I
Mhm.
wonder what they would
You
give.
did say
I
that.
And
gotta
then
relook at
You did
this because
say
I
that.
I didn't pay a lot
and
of
then
attention.
episode what happened?
Yep.
I was like, oh, and then I looked them up. I looked up the cast because I remember talking to a coworker um about the cast. And I was like, yeah, one's from Jacksonville, Florida. And she was like, really? Show me. And I showed her Nick. She's like, I never seen this man in my life. But like, as soon as I peeped that he was from like I am
You were
I
saying
wasn't
that.
born. Yeah, I wasn't born in Jacksonville, but I moved there when I was young and I was raised there.
Mhm.
I'm very well aware of like the inner, you know, like dating racial politics, if you will, of Jacksonville, Florida. And I'm like, I've seen the guys like Nick. Like
Yeah.
it's yeah, like that. I I kind of felt bad for Alondra when she said that comment about how growing up in Alabama, like
Mhm.
the dynamics were different. And I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, only she knew. If only she knew. Because for me, I was like, it was just weird because that's another thing. Like so many people's reactions to not believing that Nick and Ola were real, I could tell who wasn't aware of like, like growing up in Jacksonville, Florida. Like it felt like such a like almost like a Maya, like a cultural miscommunication where people were just like they just saw like Nick was white and they didn't really get it. You
Mhm.
know what I mean? Yeah. Mm.
Let me answer this question right here. Kaylee said, "Are they all staying in the same Airbnb? Because that is devious what she did." Yes. What I believe is happening is what happens after every show. So I believe
Mm.
that Peacock is has put the cast up in an Airbnb, certain people, and are keeping them there to do press for the show. Like this is a part of their contractual obligation for the show. They all said they're there for a week. So I guess after this week, they'll probably go back to where they are. But with the press that they're doing now, that is all under Peacock. I think they're all going to start doing their separate things after this week. But right now, they are in the same Airbnb for promotions. I don't know what's happening in that Airbnb. It has to be something because we have not seen nothing from any of them today. So it got to be a shakeup. You
Nick
know,
and
Nick is on.
Alondria, they probably moved out because
Yeah,
Ace. They
Yeah.
probably came over Aces.
yeah.
Um,
I do I do have
with
one more question.
Okay.
Um how we feeling about the potential that Love Island Game season 2 might bring? Cuz I loved season 1. That was the best
Yeah.
Love Island I've ever like y'all before Nicolandria, I was Jack and Justine.
Yeah,
Like
me
I really
too. Me
was.
too.
Like
Love Island Games. I think it could be successful depending
mm,
on the reunion. if the reunion is going to be a bloodbath, but if it's not a redemption for a lot of people, and if the truth is not shown, I don't think Love Island Games is going to do well.
And I'm gonna tell you another thing. I don't think Chelley is going to want to do anything with Huda, uh, regardless of what it is after the reunion. I don't think she's going to want to do anything, and I wouldn't blame her. If she was my daughter, I would tell her no, don't do it. If they don't get rid of her,
Yeah.
don't you go back, because see, then you're messing with their money, because people gonna tune in for Chelley and Ace. People gonna tune in for Alondria and Nick. So if they bring back Huda, they got to realize, they got to pick their poison. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Either they're going to bring Huda back, and so if I was her,
Yeah.
I'd play my cards. I
Yeah.
would say, if y'all bring a Huda back, I don't want to be in it, because she said we bullied her and all of that, and that's untrue, and y'all know that it's untrue. So if y'all bring her back, y'all setting me up to
Yeah.
be, I wouldn't do it. Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
Yeah. I feel like I
I'll
fear
get a
that
message to her.
that I feel that I kind of have this fear that like we might be getting, because for me, like before there was like Love Island season 6, it was season 1 of Love Island Games. So I kind of
Hmm.
fear that like we might be getting this repeat of like we have this lightning in a bottle Love Island season, and then right after that it's just like what is this? And I know that Love Island Games was done different,
Yeah.
but like I just I do fear that we're just gonna have this second season be like really weird, because the first season was so, it was just like, dare I say perfect, because they had this different structure, because the bombshells were different, you know what I mean? Like the bombshells, like most of them, if I remember correctly, didn't really come in pairs, and they had these specific like bombshells, like one at a time, that they would come in for specific people, and everybody was like catered to. So I
Mm-hmm.
just feel like, I don't know, like I just feel like we might get like a repeat of like a really good season of Love Island that like changed the game, and
Yeah.
then right after we just get something, I
Yeah.
don't know.
We'll
Yeah.
actually see. It all depends. Honestly, it all depends on the cast. If
Mm.
Huda is on that show, I don't know. I don't know.
Ooh.
It all
Some
depends.
people are like,
But listen, it all depends on what happens leading up to that reunion and
Yeah.
that reunion. That
because
reunion,
some people,
that reunion is going to be
um,
the deciding factor.
because some people are like, oh, bring Coco on there before she got weird. Before she got weird. I was one
Oh,
of those people. I
Coco
was like,
is
oh, she could
very
be on Love Island Game.
compromised.
Yeah,
Oh, she's
she is.
definitely weird. She's trying to ride her little fame trail, and it's not working.
Yeah. Yep.
I don't think I want anyone from season
I,
7 on Love
yeah.
Island Game. I don't
Season
think about
seven
it.
was too toxic. Like, I'm not sure. I think they might pick a few people, but I don't know. I think if they do pick
Oh,
certain people, they'll pick them to redeem them or give them the edit that they should have given them, like maybe a Chris. Because if
or
anybody's going to
Charlie.
need, yeah, a Charlie. But if anybody's going to need a really good edit, it's going to be Chris and Jeremiah, because the way this woman is talking about the both of them, it's not going to be good for them.
They might, what, bring Elon on there. He can be Yao 2.0 or something.
They got to
And
do something. They got
like
to do something.
bring JD on there, because like,
Can
he
you
hanging
just
out with
believe
all the
that
other
Mr.
people who
Dominic
got
was
dumped.
right? Can you believe that he was
Yeah.
right, Mr. Dominant? You like
I just,
being dominant. He was right.
have you seen him outside the villa, like hair and cornrows, and hanging out with all the other people who got dumped? Austin,
Yeah,
Charlie.
they're trying to
It's
do
like
whatever
the
they
people
can.
who,
They all on
yeah,
TikTok doing
They're trying,
dances.
yes, they are trying to keep the popularity train going.
Yeah, they all on
Um,
TikTok doing dances.
Final thoughts, obviously me. So, Leash, you're on deck.
I think at the end of the day, because some people brought it up in chat, final thoughts. Nick is gonna stand 10 toes down on Ola and his reunion. Yeah, I don't know why there's even doubt about that.
He said he
But
printing out the receipts.
He's ready.
yes,
And I think he's going.
Janae style.
Yeah, I
Yes.
think he's going
Yes.
to allow. I think he's going to speak for her and not
Mhm.
allow her to have to fight for herself too much because he knows the temperature right now.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah. But that's
And
final thoughts.
all she do this what she do. All she do is look at Nick.
As she should, as she should. Thank you so much, obviously, me.
I
for
love you,
being here.
obviously.
Hey, thank
All right.
you.
Hopefully you'll be
Bye.
here tomorrow for the after the Villa Live. Love you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye. So Lise, come on to the stage. Hey.
Hey!
Right here, you're on deck.
Hi!
Hi, beautiful.
I'm finally here to do one of these actual lives.
Yes.
Okay. I agree with obviously what everybody was saying. I wanted to kind of look at this though from more of mental health standpoint.
Yeah.
So funny enough, since again, even with Philly, so I'm originally from Texas, but then I went to college at University of the Arts in Philadelphia. And then after that, I moved to LA and I was there for about like 7 years or so.
Wait, did you say University of the Arts?
Yes.
Me too.
Although
She graduated from University of the Arts.
yes.
Well,
And
we'll
then
talk
she came-
later, but our school is going through some stuff.
Okay, that's why I'm like, I mean, hey, when we went, it was great. It was
We
like
may
top,
be
it
nipple
was
grads.
top 5.
We were at some point. Oh God.
No, but like so with like the whole entertainment industry and things like that, I moved to Los Angeles and was a dancer and choreographer for a bit. And then once COVID hit
Yeah.
and also everybody went on strike,
Yeah.
I was chilling at home and I was bored and I got my master's to be a therapist. So now I'm a therapist hoping to help the entertainment industry just because we need it. We need it for sure. And they have like arts therapy, of course, but they don't have anything specifically for entertainers. So it's interesting because I watch like everything from that standpoint. And looking at Huda, it's so annoying because I do feel bad for her, but her fans make me not be able to stand her.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Because actually, and I'm showing proof. It's not like, oh, I'm gonna diagnose and no, we get this big book.
Yes.
DSM-5.
Yes.
This big book. So like for real, and I clocked it from the very beginning, but if I was her therapist, literally I would diagnose her with borderline personality disorder. She fits every single criteria.
Okay.
And that's kind of where even you think of like the manipulation, or you think of like she can't be alone and fear of abandonment and her impulsivity. And it's like with borderline personality disorder, people go from like 0 to 100. Their emotions are so heightened. So when a normal person would just be upset, they are like distraught.
Yeah.
Like distraught. So it makes sense whenever she gets upset, how she's actually changing the narrative in her brain. So the sad part is she could truly believe people are even bullying her. And she could truly believe she was this and she was that, and all of her feelings, because emotionally she felt like that. That's valid and natural. The problem is her little hood of followers.
Yeah.
This is a disorder. Like, this isn't like it's normal. Like, this isn't like it's the norm for her to think this stuff. So they're all encouraging her, but that is really like encouraging not just bad behavior, but scary behavior.
Yeah. Dangerous behavior.
It truly is. And that's why like people with borderline, like they have one of the most suicide rates, not because they even want to commit suicide. It's because they like that attention, and they'll be like, oh, if you break up with me, I'm going to take this many
Yeah,
pills,
yeah,
thinking they're going to
yes.
be thinking that someone's going to save them. And the problem is they get there too late.
Oh,
Mhm.
wow.
So her
Yeah.
completely acting like that and going that extra mile and playing that victim, that all
Mhm.
goes with that disorder. So that's
Yeah.
why she like really, really needs a therapist.
She showed
Listen,
it when she said, "Chris, are you going to carry me?"
Yes.
yeah.
Like, girl,
She
man, we
creates
just
stuff.
broke up.
She
We're not
creates
on,
narratives.
Yeah.
Listen, I when I was watching the interview and just hearing her talk, it was for me very alarming. That's why I was just
Yeah.
like, I am
Yep.
afraid for Chelley because I'm watching this and I'm like, Huda, we saw this.
Yeah.
Didn't
We saw the
happen.
show. This
You're like,
didn't
it did not
happen.
happen.
She it looked to me like she had convinced
She
herself
did.
that this would really happen. Like it, you know how you can tell when somebody's like being deceptive and being like, oh, you know that's wrong. You just want sympathy. She was like serious about this, and I'm like, what is happening here? And that's when I was just like, yeah, I'm afraid for Chelley because this is scary.
Yeah.
This
Yep.
is scary that she has created this narrative,
Yes.
and like,
This
although we
false
see this,
narrative.
yes, although we see this, but she's sitting on this podcast getting affirmed.
That's the part.
She's
She's
having the
getting
audience.
she was, although she was there, it's like since she felt that emotionally, although she didn't see it, you know when like your friends can see something from the outside that obviously maybe you
Yeah.
look back on, you're like, oh, okay, that's what they meant,
Mhm.
but your friends can clock it real quick. So that's kind of like her friends needing to clock it real quick. But since she's feeling all these emotions and it is real for her, but she didn't actually see it yet. When people are reaffirming everything she's saying, she's like, oh, exactly, this is why, and this, in which it just justifies her false narrative and
Yeah.
makes it bigger. And the problem is if she makes that part bigger because she does believe it, then her followers are going to think it's bigger, and that's when it can be dangerous for other people.
Yeah.
That's why borderline is so hard. Also, especially like in relationships, they're known for not having good relationships.
Mhm.
Okay.
Like that's one of the biggest symptoms. Like they mess up relationships because they're very, not just like very emotional, but it's very unstable for
Mhm.
real. Like
Yeah.
very
Okay.
unstable. So it also makes sense why out of everybody that she left without, you know, without a
And
person.
she was surprised. She was just like, none of the men liked me. And I'm like, do you know what happened? Like, it was just so crazy to watch. I'm just like, girl, maybe you need to watch the show back. Maybe you don't remember because it was happening in real time, but you need to watch this show back. But if she doesn't watch the show and everybody is affirming her and letting her know that this is okay, this is going to get really, really bad.
Well,
And
if you watch the interview, she was making up some of that stuff as she was going along.
everything was made up.
Everything was made
Because
up.
she was they
Everything was
were
made up.
asking her about Chris and what happened, and she was, the way she was going, she was making up the story, trying to put it together. And you can see that she was lying. The girl looking right at her, making up
Mhm.
the story. And that's what she
And
does.
affirming
She
it.
makes
Yep.
up stories as she go along. Because Huda was lying and all of that. But it's
Yeah.
sad for her because she is raising a daughter.
That
That's the sad part.
that is the
That she's
most
raising
terrifying
someone
part.
with
It
that
really
mental
is.
issue.
Mhm.
And what happens is, um, you know, people don't parents don't believe, or if they don't acknowledge what's going on with them,
Mhm.
they will pass it down to the child.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
it's very
And I'm
toxic.
afraid for her daughter because she's raising her like that. She said something about, yeah, I get her clothes, we get her clothes out together, and we talk about this, I get her lunch. So she seems like she's the sole parent because the father is in the service or whatever. So
Mhm.
it's really dangerous
Yeah.
at this point, and she needs some help.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But she mentioned a therapist.
Well, no, they have to
Was
have
it
their
talking
own
about a
set.
therapist on the island? Because that
No,
was
they
just,
have to have that. That's required by law.
on the
so
island?
that was just to see if she was mentally stable to stay there. They
Yeah.
just gave her an assessment. But
Okay,
borderline,
okay.
first off, you can't just know from one meeting. You have to
Okay.
watch
Okay.
competition. You have
I'm
to like
sure
watch
the
different
therapist.
traits. But that was just to see if she was going to harm herself. And since
Okay.
they found out she wasn't, she's good to go.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
They kind of want you to be a little for reality.
Yeah,
TV.
but you know, they don't want any
Yeah.
things that happen on the UK.
Yeah.
Right.
Because they don't want anything to happen that they'll be responsible for.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They had that site there to protect them,
To protect
not
them.
to protect
Yeah.
the contestants.
Yeah.
But also like people with borderline, like they do, which I mean, she's right. A lot they do have a history of trauma and attachment issues. So all of that is right. But right when you were saying like that's not an excuse, that's exactly it. Just because that is in the diagnostic
I
manual.
need that book.
Oh, it's
Girl, no. Solis, final thoughts.
now, final thoughts is okay. Wait, did you ever decide exactly what we're going to watch after this? Because I loved my Star family and talking to all of you guys.
Didn't I put a post up? I thought I put a post up about
I didn't see it.
I think I put it up about what you guys wanted to watch.
A poll.
Yeah,
Okay.
I said right in the comments the shows that y'all wanted because right now my mom and I are doing Bachelor in Paradise. We're reviewing that. I'm reviewing 90 Day Fiance, all the 90 Day Fiancés, and the housewife shows. But if there's another show that you guys
And
want to
then
talk about,
wasn't we watching something like After the Villa or something like that?
I actually did see the first episode and it wasn't that bad.
It wasn't that bad. So if you guys want me to review that, I review it too. Me and my mom watched it. We didn't have a problem with it.
It looked way more produced than it actually was.
Really?
It actually looks a lot better than the trailer.
It does. So much better.
Yes.
So much
I also want to say this, Star Family. Solis is not diagnosing her.
No.
She's saying if she were her therapist, from what she has seen and her with her the education that she has, she is saying
allegedly
probably she's not, this is not a diagnosis. She is just saying what she sees from her history, training, and education. That's all.
That's why I brought the book to say I'm not diagnosing. I'm telling you what the big book says and the traits and what I've learned and what I've seen.
I need that book, Solis.
Oh Lord.
It's a long book. I don't know if you want that, but
it looks long. But I am very proud of you. Thank you so much for joining us and sharing your perspective. Don't be a stranger up on here.
I'm not, especially now I know you arts fam. Oh, I'll be back.
Yes.
I'll be back.
I love that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Love you.
Black Fairy, you're
Love
on that. Bye. We have such smart Star Family members.
Yes, we do. I love the Star Family.
Black Fairy, you ready?
Come on, Black Fairy.
Okay, Miss Brown Sugar, I see you. You're next. Christina, I'm gonna bring you up at the end because you're gonna stay up here. So Miss Brown Sugar, are you ready? Thumbs up if you're ready. Okay. So you need a minute? I can't hear you, so just let me know if you need a minute. No. I can't hear you because you're behind the stage. So you need a minute? That's fine. I'm going to bring up Christina. And you're just going to stay up here, Christina. And Miss Brown Sugar, get the thumbs up when you're ready, okay?
I'm sorry, I'm laughing. Do I sound okay? I have like all my...
You sound great.
What do you have? What does she have?
Oh, wait. We could hear you before. We can't hear you now. We can hear you before.
There, I'm here. Yo, does it sound good?
Yes.
Oh, I was saying that I have all my tech tools and I'm not drunk on my bed like last time.
Thank you for being here.
Oh my God. Hi. Love you. Okay.
Love you too.
Okay, so, in the chat, I was saying, like, if you want to know some of the history of Call Her Daddy, I'm happy to provide that. I have many other insights, but I can tell you how she got to where she is, because I feel like a lot of people are like, how the why are we watching this girl do this interview? You know?
Yeah.
So, okay. So Alex Cooper joined Barstool. Barstool Sports, owned by Dave Portnoy. You know what that is? Okay. Dave Portnoy, who is a known
Anti-everything guy.
yeah. Listen, he does great stuff for dogs who need adopting and pizza. But other than that, he's
Terrible.
not he's bad. Okay. One of my best girlfriends from high school, who I'm like currently in like one of those like silent friendship breakups right now. He's her, well, that doesn't mean anything to you. I'm sorry. Anyway, he's her number one like celebrity, like hall pass F, like is that guy. So you can see where we're going wrong here.
Yeah.
Anyway, whatever. So Alex Cooper joined Barstool in like 2018 with one of her friends. So Alex Cooper looks like me, and then her friend is brunette and then looks like me. And then they made a podcast called Call Her Daddy at Barstool in 2018. And it was very like blogger. We're going to talk about sex. They coined this phrase. Oh, so which word? I don't want to get you like demonetized. So I'll just make motions.
Okay.
Okay. So they coined a term for
Okay.
called the gluck gluck, like 5,000 and 9,000. And that's just to let you know how sort of like upfront. I'm not going to say anything worse than that.
Yeah. Okay. No, it's fine.
That's just to let you know that they were so like these two young hot girls talking about women having like men. And nobody was really like doing that. If they were, I guess then they just weren't white and on Barstool. And they brought in so many viewers that they got to the point where Dave Portnoy was like, he offered them a contract. I'm going to shorten this up. He offered them a contract that was just like $75K a year or something for like to do it 3 more years. And then over that 3-year period, they got a lot of attention, started shopping it around. And then Sophia, the brunette, didn't want to, or she like really wanted to sell. And Alex, the blonde one who's still there, was like, I'll stay with Dave if he pays us more and he'll let me own the IP, meaning the name Call Her Daddy. So Sophia, they like kicked her out. Alex stayed because she was like buddy with Dave. And then she got a $60 million Spotify deal for 3 years. And because she was like Dave, willing to negotiate with Dave because he let them keep the IP, meaning she can go take the name, Call Her Daddy somewhere else. So she did that for like 3 years. The brand like completely changed. Ever since she was solo and went to Spotify, then she turned into this like interviewer person. And like it was never like a reporter journalist interview show, but it had so much money behind it that it was like, yeah. So it started out as a show that was like interesting, that people listened to because of her and her friend ex-co-host personality, because they were like loud and rambunctious and talking about sex and whatever. And then once she went over to Spotify, which I would go to Spotify for $60 million too. Anyway, then they got all these like really big celebrities in. It turned into this one-on-one Alex Cooper and celebrity like discussion that was like, it was like everybody's like good PR stop kind of. It just was so far from what it started out as, which it's not that it needed to stay that way, because it was like, I don't think it would age well. But but it was like, you're not qualified. Like it's just, people are treating her like she's like Barbara Walters of like young
It's
people. Like
terrible.
she's
That
not.
interview was horrible. I was just like, first of all, I'm not, I'm not the modest girl, right? But I'm just like, every word the host is cussing. I'm like, this is an interview. Like, this is my thing. I feel like if you're going to be a host, you are not supposed to. I'm not saying you're not supposed to have a personality, but we are coming there to have you are the voice of the audience. So we as the audience are coming there to hear you ask the questions that we want to ask the people you're interviewing.
Bingo.
She wasn't making it about her. She made it about her boyfriend. She made it about how, oh, she's so hurt for Huda because, what Jeremiah did to her because that happened to her.
I know what it's like when I have sex with a guy and then da-da-da. Sorry.
And I'm like, that's not what happened. So what are you talking about?
Yeah, so that's where it's been really difficult, I think, probably for her and old viewers, like to try to, or just anybody to figure out like what exactly are you doing here? Because that's like what she would have done, what they would have done in what the original like Call Her Daddy brand was, and now it's like she had Kamala on. She had Kamala on during the election.
I saw that, and that was like a big deal for her. And
which,
like, yeah, people
honestly,
she's biased.
Listen,
like,
no, the thing that upset me the most is that she wore like the waist up was what she normally wears, which is like sweats, and then she had on jeans and like pointy, like stiletto pointed toe heel. Like, what is this? Just have a cohesive, like, nice outfit for the fucking vice president running for president. What are you? I got really, anyway, I was also at a music festival all day before that interview came out. I was crying. I was like, I went to go visit my best friend in Austin, Texas. And we went to go to Austin City Limits. And then that interview came out that night. We got back to our house. I was like, I just want democracy. And like, she's not like, it was just this whole fucking thing. Anyway, moving on. But it's like, listen, that was the right. It was a good partnership. The execution was just poor, in my opinion.
I agree.
But whatever. Oh my God, Mama, somebody said in the chat, Mama.Star, I hope you're not sleeping. I don't know. I can't trust you anymore if your eyelids are like down.
Mom,
I don't know if she is.
Mom.
I'm listening to everything that Christina is saying because I'm listening very tentatively because we're not going to big up this chick from
I'm getting to the point.
The girl was from Call Me Daddy was just as
compliant.
Right. So
I'll say something. Yeah. Hold on, Christina. Huda.
Yes, ma'am.
So the the interview was not a very good interview. The $6 million, I guess, or 60 million, whatever she got, must make her feel like she can ride on the platform.
It's
like
even
that.
more now.
But
Wait
it
till I
wasn't
tell
a great interview because an interviewer stays biased.
Unbiased.
It's unbiased.
Unbiased. I'm sorry, stays unbiased.
Okay.
Because they want to get everybody's side.
Yeah.
Right.
And she was making it about her and Huda as girlfriends and what they done been through. And I just didn't think that the interview was a great interview.
Right. Well, it wasn't. Like, because she's not an interview. She's not a journalist. Like, so, but the way she gets people to open up about stuff is that she talks to them like they're like girlies. Like, oh my God, totally.
She talks to them like they're her girlfriends, like they both go through the same thing.
Yeah. So wait till I tell you what she's making now. Because after her 3-year Spotify deal expired, now she's on Sirius XM.
Oh,
You want to know how much money she got for that?
No.
how much?
$125 million.
Good for her. Good for her.
Foolishness.
Good
Listen,
for
Foolishness.
her to
listen.
to get on and talk
Here's what
without a spine just for money. Good for her.
here's what I'll give credit to her for, which is she does like all the edit. She's a hustler. Like she does all the editing. She does the like so she did every facet of like the original like core of the Call Her Daddy business and stuff, and you know gave Dave ideas for merch and stuff that made Barstool like millions of dollars. Like she's a good businesswoman. Okay, but she's not the Gen Z Barbara Walters. Let's
Yeah.
just stop with that. She's blonde haired and blue eyes. That doesn't mean I'm Gen Z.
Yeah. Listen, I will just say
I'm just
this.
kidding.
I will just say this. Look, get the money, enjoy it, or whatever.
Yeah,
I
but
still stand by the fact that it was
But you have to
very
have some
dangerous.
integrity.
well,
Yeah,
right.
have some
And
integrity,
so
but it was also very dangerous for her to
Yeah.
use her platform to not only coddle Huda, but to also add in to the lies and
True and hate.
yes,
Right.
spewing hate that she was with Chris and Jeremiah. It was very dangerous. I'm like, you got a huge
Yeah.
platform, and you are villainizing these men after they have been the victims of Huda. You're trying to make it the other way around. That was
And-
very dangerous of her.
when so she had in season 6, after season 6, she had on Rob and Leah. Those are the only 2 people.
Mm-hmm.
They're sexy white passing people.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know about whose choice whatever thing was. I don't know. But this year she had Amaya. Asked her about sex a lot of the time.
Of course. Of course.
And sort of asked her light questions because Amaya has a very specific way of speaking.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Then Huda gets double the amount of time and is invited to discuss all of her. Listen, Huda is a much more problematic cast member who, frankly, like I can understand why I would want to hear about like what was your environment growing up? Why the fuck are you like this? Like I can understand that curiosity, okay? But to have the winner come on first and it be this just like little marshmallow fluff, like yay, and then Huda have this like big 2-hour. And listen,
Bingo. That
have
lets
I-
you know the kind of person she is.
Yeah.
Because she's there for the gossip, the mess.
right?
Yeah.
The winner was
what-
on. Why didn't we get more question and more time with the winner who won?
Exactly.
She won on Love
Well,
Island.
there's also this
But
thing
she
that people
wanted
are
the
doing.
mess.
But there's also this thing that everyone is starting to do with the Maya, or has been doing with her, is the way she has been treated in this media, especially by these podcasters, is as if she's Forrest Gump. Like they
Yeah.
are not taking her seriously
Yeah,
as an
yeah.
adult and
And
treating her like something like she is an adult.
She's like,
but with the
she's
mind
like
of
a circus act or something.
That's what it's giving. It looks exploitive to me.
yeah.
But
Yeah.
you know, if she likes it, I hate it. Black Theory, are you ready to come up? Miss Brown Sugar, you're on deck. Are you ready? Okay. I'll bring Miss Brown Sugar up while Black Theory is waiting. Oh, wait, Black Theory's here. Black Theory, come on. You ready?
Am I
I'm
leaving?
ready.
I don't know what's going on.
Hi, Raina.
Hey, Black
Hello. Hi. Oh my God. I'm so nervous. I'm on camera.
Theory. Fine.
Oh my goodness. Hello, Mama Star. How are
Hi,
you?
love. How you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. So before we start with Huda, I just want to say that now that the show's over, I've noticed so many people coming out of the woodwork to saying that, oh, Nick and Alandria are just forced and fake and that nobody likes them. And I'm so shocked that to this day, people still don't think it's real. Like, I think they really can't imagine how Nick, he's a conveniently attractive white man that he would like this black woman. I think it's blowing people's minds. And I'm sitting here
As a
I
thinking,
white
don't
woman, I
care.
would like to
I don't
interject.
understand.
I don't care. I don't
I
care.
just don't
That man is head
understand.
over heels over that black
She is.
chocolate
She
beautiful
is.
Listen,
woman,
for a
and he
minute,
is protecting her at every inch of the
mm-hmm,
way. And whoever don't like it is because they're jealous and envious. And let me tell you one thing: he is protecting her. Yes,
She
he is.
is.
She looks at him, and he just starts talking. Come on, fake
listen,
or not, it's their business. People are jealous. People wish that they had him or her.
Yeah.
Because let me tell you one thing. Let me just get this clear for everybody. She is not licking for no men. Because let me tell you one thing. I'm sure her DMs are
Oh
filled up,
yes.
baby.
Oh yes.
Honey,
yes, oh
with
yes,
some rich black and white men
mm-hmm,
for her. So
And
all those people, they kids. I don't
yeah,
even
yeah,
get into that. Let me tell you one thing. She's very attractive. Her body is
mm-hmm,
banging.
yes.
And
And
honey,
I
she
was
on the
gonna,
money. And that
yeah,
white boy is licking it, loving every
Mom,
inch of
let
her.
Black
So
Chelley get the
I'm
word in.
tired. I am
Oh my
tired of
God.
everybody trying to come for Alandria. For what? It's a show. They're young. Let them fall in love. You ever been in love before? Let them get in love.
and you
I'm
listen,
tired of that.
you can
I
tell
was,
they're getting tired of these questions. Like
Yes.
yes,
there are interviews
yes,
where it's like, is
They're
it
in
fake?
love.
Did
Let them fall
this
in love.
make
There's
you?
nothing fake about that love.
mm-hmm,
Yes. Go ahead,
yeah.
Black Chelley. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Let Mama start talk. It's okay. But at the beginning, I was one of those people like, oh, you guys are delusional. I don't really see it. But I would go back when there was no episodes, like on a Wednesday, I would go back and watch some of his scenes together. And he was always around her vicinity. He was always looking at her. He was always close to her, even if he couldn't be with her. So he always had feelings for her, but now people are coming out like they're done with the show. And I saw him on this other podcast, like
Oh
the
God,
chicks in the
chicks in the
office.
office.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, were you forced to be with her? Did the producers
Oh,
tell you to be with her? And I feel like they were just so shocked that he didn't say, oh yeah, I never wanted to be with her. I was just playing the game. I wanted to be with Sierra instead. But he didn't
they
say that, and they got so offended. Mind you, he looked offended as well. Like he was
He
blinking
was.
very hard, trying not to get upset.
He
And
was.
at this point, I'm surprised how Nick has the composure to continue to say the same thing over again. It's like, I like this woman, and you can tell he likes her. Like his smile is so big
he
when
loves
he's
her.
around her. Like
Yes.
his
And I'm gonna
eyes
tell you one thing.
sparkle.
They
He
don't want to
does.
tell y'all everything
He
because they
loves
keep
her.
on saying, "Are you how do y'all define your relationship? Are y'all boyfriend and girlfriend?" They are together, but they said we're
Mm-hmm.
doing boyfriend and girlfriend things because they're already. America has already made formed an opinion. Now I'm gonna
Mm-hmm.
give America this. They probably want to say that maybe they were put together because of the car, right, or whatever. But I'm gonna tell you one thing what production did, because they're smart. They saw that Nick and Alandria was bombing, that they were in the
They made
what I'm
something
trying to,
out of
that
nothing.
they was getting a lot of press,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
that they was
Yeah.
getting a lot of
Out of
press when,
nothing.
and then when they left, the people was on them. They said, "Let's bring them two back." That's what
Mm.
Yeah.
that's what production does. Production
Absolutely.
want to keep the show good. That's why they brought in Megan Thee Stallion because it
Mm-hmm.
was getting a little messy.
Did you see
Mm-hmm.
So
Nick's? Did you see
production
Nick's
said,
interview?
"We got to bring that couple back because people want to see them."
Yeah.
Did you see Nick's
Yeah.
interview where he said she seen me toot my thing?
That's right. So production said, "Let's bring them back," and brought them back.
And
But
even if
it's not no play nothing.
mm-hmm.
If ever been in love, you can look at them and tell that they're in love. If
Yeah.
you've ever
Yeah.
been in love.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
wait,
I
Because
was
really
Megan
quick.
Star
it,
been
Wait,
in love.
wait, wait, really quick, and then I'll shut the fuck up. Really quick. in one of their interviews that they did, I think it was with the Access Hollywood girl. I don't know. I think her name's Lauren. It was
Yeah,
like
she loved them.
yeah. So it was
Oh yeah, she was part of the Hive.
yeah. It was her first like co-interview or whatever, and she was like very supportive of NikkiNicoleStar. It's like a thing. But at some point, she was talking about like, oh well, I don't need like I don't want a literal cowboy. I just mean somebody with the values of like opening a door and da 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 da. And so
and being Southern.
so he says to her, okay, well, I have a cowboy hat and I've ridden a horse like four
There you
times.
go.
And
Yes, he said that. Yeah.
wait. She reaches over to him
And touches his hair.
puts her hands in his curls and like squeezes them. And she's like,
Yeah.
And then rubs his face. Rubs his face. And they're trying to teach them.
all we want from people.
They're trying to teach them how to talk on television because she said, at one point she said, my man, and she said on live, they was on a live, she said bae. And
they got to get off the live. Or stay on live all the time. I don't know, whatever.
They're trying
be
to
24/7 live.
Yeah, they try not to give too much. Whoever is talking to them, they're getting a team, and they're telling them, you can't say too much. They don't want them to give too much. But I'm tired of people being so negative. We got a lot of stuff in America to be negative about. It's love. Let them people be in love. Them young people be in love. We tear down every daggone thing in America. Why can't they be in love and be happy?
In the most recent interview that I saw of them from today, that surely wasn't conducted today, but I saw it today, he was like, honestly, I just like don't even give a shit anymore.
Bingo.
Like he was just
I didn't see that one.
I don't care what nobody thinks.
He was just like, yeah, we're gonna go. Like him and Alondra are both saying like we wouldn't be like making plans to go visit each other's families if we didn't actually want to do that. Like that's ridiculous. And he was just like,
and like, even if he ended up with Sierra on the show, I honestly believe he would have broken up with her and pursued Alondra outside of the show. Because I just feel like their dynamic is so strong that they would end up being together. And plus, he's from Florida. Florida men are a little crazy.
Earlier when y'all were talking about Jacksonville.
He brought her out of that challenge over his shoulder, and he was with another woman. See, at that point, when he brought her out with her whole butt showing out of that room, and I was the other woman, I would have said, wait a minute, you're going to have to
there was a content creator who was like, here are the questions I need these people to start asking NikkiNicoleStar.
Yeah.
What was the discussion before you walked out of that cartoon log cabin where you were carrying her with her ass out? What
yes.
Leading up to that, what did she say after you licked her entire
foot?
Not just her toe, the whole bottom of her foot.
And people are saying that they have no spark. What man?
Been my man after that. No,
what man?
Feet like that. He didn't love that girl.
What man do you know is gonna lick the bottom of your feet? Mind you, she's wearing heels. Her feet are probably all sweaty because you're in the island heat, and you're gonna say that there's no spark?
He got an uncle, a single uncle.
And listen, I just want, once the reunion come around, I want him to stand beside her and protect her because she's gonna get so much. I mean, she's getting hate now. I can imagine next month.
No, she's not.
He's
not.
The one saying
that narrative going around. Her and Chelley are good.
No, Mom, but that is true.
He's the one saying,
Chelley released
coming with receipt
about the death threat that she was getting.
Yeah.
True. They are, Mom, they are going through. I know. Yes, Mom. I know. I get it. You lived some life. You have to.
And then
these are women in their 20s who came out of this
villa.
How
we do.
And they have, listen, they have the world coming after them. That is really difficult to get your phone back, and you're getting Like, that's a lot. What are
And
you
then you have BuzzFeed, which is a whole corporation, putting out that disgusting post on
Bitch,
Chelley and acting as if it's a joke. As if it's a
okay.
joke. And then you have other content creators saying that they would have punched Chelley the laundry, but they say, oh, it's just a joke. No, it's abusive.
No,
They
they
are
want to
getting
do that
abusive threats.
because we allow it.
Mhm.
We allow them to do that.
I used to work at
We need
BuzzFeed.
to
Want to
shut
hear that?
them down.
Really?
Oh Lord.
People are feeding them.
Yeah.
So
Since
we
you were
allow
since
it.
you
So
since you used
What?
to work at BuzzFeed, how many people does it take for a post to be approved on social
Wait,
media?
hold
Great
on.
Because I
question.
don't think random person, I don't think it's just a random person just press post.
No,
That
no,
is
no.
intentional.
So I worked at, okay, what's important to clarify is at the time that I worked at BuzzFeed, it was right when they were like splitting the organization into BuzzFeed Entertainment and BuzzFeed News. So I was part of BuzzFeed News. So we were posting news. The story that was posted the other day, that was by Tasty, or last week or whenever, the horrible thing from Tasty, at it got to a point where basically Tasty was like funding our news department. Like Tasty makes so much money for BuzzFeed. This is not, none of this is like privileged information. Like Tasty makes a lot of money.
Mhm.
And news doesn't make any money for any organization who does the news. So at some point, a few years after I left, the news organization completely dissolved, which is really sad because they won Pulitzer prizes for journalism. Anyway, but Tasty was like the behemoth, like moneymaker of BuzzFeed. And they have a completely separate team, so I cannot give you insight into that team. But there are many different like departments, like the Try Guys. Remember when the Try Guys were like still part of BuzzFeed? Like
Yeah, yeah.
was BuzzFeed Video, which then turned into BuzzFeed Entertainment, and there's all these. It started to branch off into many different things. Like we were in different offices, and so it got to the point where once we started covering the 2016 election, we were like clearly a very isolated group. We were like in the newsroom all night long. Nobody else was there in the office with us because they were doing cool stuff with food in the office the next day. So I don't know. I can't give you insight into Tasty. All I can give you insight into is that whoever is talking about the news or shit like that is not the person. Like, which I actually think is important because it's like, hey, maybe you should consult the person who's like thinking about pop culture and news and the presidency and social temperatures, like to be working with somebody who's working in Tasty just because it's tasty. Who the fuck would say
Yeah, exactly. A knuckle sandwich? Who says stuff like that in 2025?
so I
I
can't
was,
speak to that. I can't speak to that.
Yeah.
I can't
and
speak
the
to
thing
that.
that disappoints me is that I don't think Love Island has put out an official statement saying, okay,
Oh
don't bully
no,
Alandria and Chelley. I don't think I've seen it yet.
No,
they
no, I
haven't put
can
it
speak to
out.
that too.
no. Well, they haven't. They didn't release any statement about Chelley and Alondria. They did release a statement saying basically be nice to the host.
Oh, I can read
Because,
them to you.
oh, read it.
I
Read
got,
it.
I got those too. Hold on, let me pull them up. The first one they posted was after an episode or during an episode that said, looks like this. The
Yes.
key word in Love Island is dot, 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 love. We love our fans. We love our Islanders. We don't love cyberbullying, harassment, or hate. That's what
That's
it said.
it?
That's what it said. That is what the first PSA that they put out said, which I would have to scroll back to figure out exactly which day I took that picture, but it was like midway. Then they put out and that aired during the show, like on TV screens. Then the
Mhm.
next one they put out was just on their Instagram stories that said, just kidding. Huge huge thanks to everyone who has joined us for Love Island USA Season 7! Exclamation point. We can't wait to celebrate our incredible Islanders of tomorrow night's finale. Love Island exists because of the real people who share their search for love with the world. Our host and all Islanders deserve respect and kindness for opening their hearts to the experience and to viewers everywhere. As the season comes to a close, let's show them love and support on their Instagram stories. Stories. That was it. And then I made a post of the screenshots that Sierra had posted of her DMs that day with that. And I don't want to F up Nikki's channel. Like, they were some of the most disgusting things I've ever seen.
Well, see, here's the thing. The show, they never once said anything about racism.
Right.
Exactly. Yes.
Right. And it's like,
if you're going to remove people for racism, then you also need to call out and address what's happening to your cats.
And then when I posted that, I put it with like a list of like 5 things that I like ideally would demand from the network, which if you want me to read them, I will, but you can just follow me on Instagram. But it was just like, all viewers want is some accountability. Just own like there's like, I was like, I need y'all, not you, but people to understand that like old white men are in charge of these decisions. The people who are running these social media teams are not the ones deciding like, let's just put this PSA out. It'll like totally be fine. No, it's the highest executives who make the most money for doing the least work, who have the most control, who everything gets like, it'll start with a really robust, like, here's how we're going to address this. And then it will get like filtered into this thing that's like, what even is this? Because you don't want to draw more attention to like the problem, which is like where I would start talking about Bravo and the Valley and Jax Taylor and his employment and all of those things, which I don't know if any of y'all watch, but it's just like, if you say someone is, that means that you have to own that you have hired in
Yes.
So like, these networks don't want to, I understand that it can like open them up for like liability of like allowing this kind of harmful person to have a platform or whatever, but which Jax, in my opinion, is like an extreme case versus like these people saying things on social media. Like, you could just admit, hey, we are working on improving our casting vetting process.
I wonder. I have a question when it comes.
Hold on.
Yes. So
wait.
Oh my God.
They won't say anything.
One time, I'm a white person.
I'm just trying to. They won't say anything because it puts them in the space to be liable. So they're very
exactly.
So I want them to say something about racism, but if they do say something about racism, Chelley and Olivia got a lawsuit.
Right.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
But I was gonna say, I wonder, like, what is the vetting? What is the vetting process?
And they like
let Black Fairy go. You're next.
That's okay. No, I was gonna say, I wonder. I was gonna say, what is the vetting process for this show? Because how can someone like Huda, who is unfortunately emotionally unstable, to be able to even be casted on this series? I'm like, are there not multiple steps for therapists to vet characters to say, okay, this person is emotionally stable to be on this show? Because I just don't understand why she wasn't kicked off after like the second week. It doesn't make any sense to me.
She's in like a different tier of that casting process of like, there's like the initial vetting or whatever, and then you go through like 5 different levels of interviews and stuff, and then there's psych consultations and I see a psychiatrist monthly because I take Zoloft. And so I don't know if she means psychiatrist or psychologist. All they say is psych. I would go to see psych. So I don't know what kind of doctor they're seeing. They never say
Mm.
therapist. They never say anything. They just say psych. I would go to psych. So I don't
Yeah.
know actually what kind of doctor they're seeing, but whatever. I don't care. As long as I have somebody like on demand, like great.
Mm.
But when she started listing, when she started going through like her history, I mean, if you just read the list of the trigger warnings on that Call Her Daddy episode,
Yeah.
you're like,
Yeah. I sat down and I listened to the whole entire thing. And I'm like, is she gaslighting me? Because I'm like, this did not happen
She
in the show that I was
gaslit everybody.
watching.
She
I'm
gaslit
like,
everybody.
what?
Go
Because
ahead, Mom.
she said that all she did was lick Ace's stomach.
Like
If
that was
Nick
better.
if Nick can lick Alendria's foot and that be shown, you licking Ace's stomach, it's not that big of a deal. They would have shown that. You literally would have had to do something
but that
crazier for
she
them to
see
cut it off.
Yeah.
she didn't know what the audience had seen.
That's
She
the
had
thing.
been
She doesn't know. So she's
right.
just saying anything. She
She's like
doesn't know what
Mm.
she's saying.
48 hours out of that
She
villa.
said she
So
licked
Go
his
ahead, Mom.
penis.
so when Alex was
Wait,
like, what
Christina.
would come out of that
Christina, let me
challenge?
say
Christina,
something.
hold
Sorry.
on.
Mhm.
Yes,
Mom,
yes, please.
Go ahead, Mom.
The whole thing is they weren't able to see that she was dysfunctional. Whoever these therapist was, they are casting for a show. They have a therapist that uh I don't know if they practice psychology or a psychiatrist or just has a certificate for um
Drama.
take it for therapy. Um, I know that my daughter's working this business, and during COVID, they didn't have no nurse. They had somebody who had a certificate to do the COVID
Oh,
thing.
yeah. Yeah.
Mm,
So it may not have been a real psychologist or psychiatrist
Mhm.
that evaluated her. So when
Mm.
she, so it's certain triggers. I mean, in the beginning of the show, we didn't know Huda was like this because it didn't show
Yeah.
up until later when she felt rejected or when
Yeah.
she
Yeah.
wanted to be in control. So, um, she was able to get past whoever
Yeah.
it was that she was doing this. And also, I wanted to point out that controversy sells. Those people who those network execs, they're
oh,
they're putting on a show, but they
Yeah.
want it to be a little crazy too because that
Mhm.
brings in viewers.
I
Yeah.
mean,
So they're
has
not really. I mean, Shelley and Alandria, what they're going through, they're watching it, but they're not watching it with a straight tooth comb because
Yeah.
they need a little controversy. They need us to come back and watch it again next week or the
Mhm.
next time it comes
Mhm.
on. So this is what goes on in these reality
right.
TV shows. They're getting
Yeah.
worse and worse and worse because at one time when it was Basketball Wives, I wrote a letter because I said, wait a minute, y'all got these people, these women fighting. Y'all got these young girls that's watching this. I
Oh.
Mhm.
said, this is really
Yeah.
ridiculous. Every week they're fighting, and kids are watching this. Young girls are watching this. I said, this is
Mhm.
not good TV. This
Yeah,
is not
and
good
the
Do you
crazy
TV.
watch
thing,
Bravo Housewives, Mama Star?
You said what? Am I what?
Have you been like a housewife watcher like over the years? I mean, I know
Yes, but I was
that's
talking about
probably a
Basketball
dumb
Wives.
question.
Basketball Wives is the first one that I watched.
Yeah.
Basketball Wives was when they were fighting. Housewives of Atlanta um was the Housewives came after Desperate Housewives.
Yeah.
Oh, I know.
That came
I've
mhm,
as a
been
result
here.
of Desperate Housewives. And the Housewives, Basketball Wives, they were fighting every week. They were fighting, and I'm saying,
Mhm.
y'all, these are black girls, women of color, and they're fighting every week. They're fighting. They don't do nothing outside of that besides sleep with these ballers back and forth and cheat on it. It was just a mess. The message that was being sent. Now it's fun to watch entertaining TV. Yes, it is. It really, really is. I loved Love Island. I enjoyed it until it got to the
Dark.
point where
But with the
somebody's
date,
safety,
have
Yes,
somebody's safety was
and
enjoyed
I
in
have
Huda.
to
jeopardy.
say,
Enjoyed
and I have
And
Huda.
to, yeah, and
and
I have to
that's
say that
not
I hate how
that's not
Jeremiah
Hold
and
on,
Chris were
oh
treated.
Jesus
No, I
Christ.
was gonna say, no, I was just gonna say I hate how Jeremiah and Chris were treated.
yeah.
Like Coda treated them like they were just disposable.
Oh, I was outraged when she started calling Jeremiah all the. She will walk past
I
him and
was
call him other
shocked.
names. I'm saying nobody in. I mean, production don't have nothing to say. She should
Nobody
have
Hmm.
been
stepped
put
in to
off that
protect
show.
him. Nobody stepped in to protect him.
Nobody
I,
Yeah,
did.
exactly.
I know I've been here for a while, probably overstay my welcome, but I will say that what I am working on now, I don't know if you're familiar with any of my like past content, Mama Star, but I work on
Hmm.
like these compilation videos from time to time that are like
Hmm.
using people's own clips of them speaking and holding their own words, not against them, but I'm using their own words to hold them accountable for their
Accountable.
own words later. I'm fact checking them with their own words. And so
Hmm.
after that call her daddy thing last night, I'm deep in this
I have
Huda
to look at that.
mess
I have to
season.
look at
Well,
that.
it's not up yet. I'm still
Yeah.
working on it. You can watch my old videos, but
Hmm.
anyway, I'm in process. I'm in process. And now that I know that you're gonna watch it all and make it, I'm gonna work extra hard. So thank you
Mhm.
for having me.
Black Fairy, final thoughts?
My final thoughts is that Huda needs to be in therapy and she needs to get off the internet. And
Bingo.
as Nick needs to do everything he can to protect Alandria because the wolves are coming and biting for her. And Chelley and Ace, I want them to mind their business. I don't want them to
Stay
acknowledge this. I want them
offline.
to just be stay offline. And if they're supposed to be sharing an Airbnb together, they need to move out. Alendra and Nick needs to
That
move out. They cannot be staying with them.
that thing has got to be the expiration date,
Now
like by
they got
tomorrow.
money. They got money. They
Yeah.
could
No,
get their
but
own
you need to go
Airbnb
get
or
a
their
new one
hotel.
then. Go get somebody put up a picture of like what Chelley was wearing. Chelley and Ace were wearing when they went to Disneyland. They were like, they were not here for the $100,000, and it was
No,
like
no.
just the most
Ace
expensive
is
outfit.
very, very, very,
Yes,
very,
honey.
very
And
rich.
Ace took her and bought her that outfit.
He did.
Period.
Mhm.
Ace is very rich.
Mhm.
Black
Yes.
Fairy, thank you so much for
Yes.
joining
Thank
me.
you.
Appreciate
Bye, guys.
Thank you
Bye.
for having you.
Thank you.
Mama Star is passionate. She loves you though.
Oh my God, I'm
Miss
still here.
Brown Sugar, what
I
you
said,
gonna
oh my
say?
God, I'm still
Yes,
Miss Brown
Christina,
Sugar
you're
is
still
on
here.
deck.
You're still here.
okay.
I cannot. You guys have no idea how much alike you are. So Mama Star and
No,
Christina.
Christina won't let me
No,
talk.
or me and her.
No, you are my mom.
Oh my God, really? That's so sweet.
Mama Star and Christina. I am bringing Miss Brown Sugar up here.
Christina, stop all that cussing. Are you having a glass of wine?
No, she's not. Oh my God, this is
All that
so messed
cussing.
up shit.
Sweet.
Mama
When she
Star,
have her wine, she start her cursing.
No, I said that's so sweet.
Mama Star and Christina. Miss Brown Sugar is coming up here.
Come
We're
on, Miss
gonna
Brown Sugar.
I'm
we're
going on
gonna
mute.
let her speak her piece.
I'm going on. I'm putting
Do
mute.
not go on mute.
Thank you, Christina, for going on mute. My mom is not going to go on mute because she doesn't know how to do it. So let Miss Brown Sugar speak her piece, Mom. Oh Lord! Oh, this is so ghetto.
It's on mute.
Gotta let them know.
Y'all
Mama
are killing
Star
me.
is in the building. Hi, Brown Sugar.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How are you, my love?
I am doing good. Now, I'm going to tell y'all, hey, Nikki, hey, Mama Star, hey, Christina. I'm going to tell y'all, I just for this very second just wanted to show my face on screen, but I'm about to turn off the video. So let
You
me tell
always
you,
do that.
Nikki was cracking up because I am trying to, I've been supposed to be putting some braids in my hair for like 5 days now. And and I want to be clear that by supposed to have done it, I mean like I deep conditioned my hair on like Friday night going into Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
Then what was it out? Then I washed my hair again Saturday going into Sunday. And then I did one more rinse. And then I braided my hair up just so it could stretch. And then I didn't do a thing with it. And so I'm out of town right now. I'm in a hotel room for my family reunion. I'm like, I'm gonna see these people tomorrow. So I got like, y'all
Girl,
can't
you
see.
know we understand. You know.
Yeah, I was gonna say y'all can't see, but behind me I got all my crochet hair laid out.
Go ahead, girl. Do your hair. It's all
And
right.
so when Nikki was cracking up, it's because she can see me like trying to part.
Yes, I was about to bring her up, and I was like, "Are you ready?"
And that's so I was trying to tell you, I was like, I'm gonna come up. I was like, I'm just showing you my face. But then when I come up here, like this. So I think y'all have covered a lot of it. First of all, my new favorite genre, my favorite trend on TikTok is I watched X, so you don't have to, because I am not watching these. I am not watching these interviews. So I really, really appreciate it. And then when if there's something good in an interview, so like if it's one of the NikkiNicoleStar interviews or something, then I'll go back and watch. But I'm not watching any of these interviews until I've already like let somebody who I trust do the headlines. Right. I already saw some of the clips. The moment I saw some of those clips from Huda's, I was like, oh Lord, this is only going to get worse. And it's just going to continually get worse because there is, I mean, as we already know, she don't have friends. So she does not have somebody who can tell her the truth about herself. It is not safe for her castmates, especially for her Black castmates. It is not safe for them. I don't think that this reunion is going to be good at all because I think it's not in Peacock's interest to really air out all the ways that they have been misleading the public. Like all of these Islanders keep saying, just wait for the reunion. Just wait. You're going to see some context. I'm like, oh, you silly, sweet babies. They're not going to show you that. They're not going to help you prove your point.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, because I came for Ariana and then I stayed for the drama. So I've only seen season 6 and I saw that reunion. And was that their first reunion? Have they done other reunions?
I feel like somebody told me they maybe had done. I'm gonna be honest. I have watched half seasons or in and out for most of the earlier seasons because it was rough going.
The reunions are a special
so they didn't always have reunions. So it was a very big deal when they got it for season 6.
Yeah, season 6 got a reunion because of how big it was.
And right, and they had no idea how big they were until literally the day of the finale.
No, I was as a person who had been posting about that season. When they were traveling and arriving in New York for the reunion, people were like, where are they? I'm like, I don't have a GPS tracker on these people, you guys. I was posting 3 things per day of here's the list of people. Here's where their whereabouts are. I can't do this again this year, you guys.
Exactly. So season 6 was the exception. And I'm going to say, despite the fact that the ratings were really high for this year, season 6 remains the exception because the difference is they just happened to have a cast of people who were all very dynamic. They had a lot of extroverts. And I think this cast, ironically, had a lot of introverts. And that's what makes somebody like Ace stand out so much, and it's also what makes somebody like Amaya stand out so much because they had a cast of a lot of people who were willing to kind of go along to get along, not want to ruffle feathers. A lot of the fun of Love Island, the UK version, is they pop off with each other all the time, and people step on each other's toes all the time. And they will tell somebody what they think and what somebody did that annoys them, even if it's not necessarily related to coupling. It could be related to just you're being rude, or I don't like the way you make those jokes, or you're always they do that all the time. And so this cast was very unwilling, I will say, probably obviously because of once they saw Huda's reaction the first time and realized that every time if they say something, she's going to react and it's going to be an explosion, and then that's going to be everybody's day ruined. So as much as I do agree that the cast should have, I'll say it this way. I wish that the cast had taken advantage of the chance to get rid of Huda earlier. Yes. But I do get that they were not fully aware, number one, of how much she was lying. So they didn't know it.
And I think her powers were because here's the thing is if you sit and start at that Call Her Daddy interview and watch it all the way through, by the end, at least I'll just speak for myself. I'm not going to speak for other people. And I'm I do like watch parties on my TikTok and stuff, like while the season is on. I'm like, excuse me, this is a Huda hater zone. Like, don't come in here with your BS, whatever. Like, I was just always like, this is a problem. And I watched that interview nonstop, all 2 hours. And by the end, I was like, hmm. And then I had to take like 5 minutes to myself to be like, let me just think about this. And then what I feel like, so all I'm saying is what I feel like happened is like, like she's a really good, listen, I don't think she could manipulate me one-on-one in person, but her ability to just be like, like she, the shape of her eyes, dude, the way her laugh
she can manipulate someone who has never dealt with her. Now,
Right. You can manipulate somebody who's never dealt with her or somebody like her.
Exactly.
Right, exactly.
So I think they got to a point where they were like, she doesn't mean to be like that. And they were like very hooked on this, like, I don't know, whatever the fuck Ace was like preaching in his morning classes of like, here's how we rate people to eliminate. I don't know what he was doing, but whatever. Anyway, I think that she probably.
Yeah, I mean, I think that she was probably able to manipulate the cast quite a bit because they can't see the difference. It does sound like Jeremiah, partially because of her reaction, but partially because of his own, wasn't really talking to all of the other girls. So they didn't. So they just took whatever Huda said about him to be the truth, and they took whatever their mans is at the time said about him to be the truth because they just weren't really interacting. And that's what I'm saying. I just think that this cast was very different in general.
Yeah. Let me tell you what. Sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say they're just very different in general in the way that they interacted. And I think like it's kind of like the worst of all situations. But that is why, once again, and I will always say this, that is why it is not up to a bunch of 20-somethings who do not understand and know how to handle somebody who's manipulative. And to be clear, she is manipulative, whether she knows it or not. I feel like people are very concerned about using those words. And they're like, oh, you're making it sound like she's a bad person. It doesn't matter. If somebody hits you in the face, if they hit you in the face with a pillow, whether or not that was an accidental or not, just still hurt.
No, if it was an accident, I don't think
it doesn't matter. It still hurts. Right. It doesn't matter. It still hurts. If somebody hits you with their car, even if they didn't see you, it doesn't matter. It still hurts. If somebody continues, so it does not matter whether she means to be this way. Her behavior is what matters. And I wish that, and I know that these are not people who are yet used to having to do with that. I was talking to one of my friends before about the fact that a lot of like Gen Z, like young adults, they also just have not had the experience of working in a setting where you cannot get away from people, where you just have to learn to deal with people. So they don't have like an office experience where they're like, oh, I've dealt with somebody like you before.
Yeah. Well, especially like they're just influencers. So all the feedback that they get, sorry, not that, that's a very generalized statement. Yeah. I'm 30, I turn 38 in a few weeks. Okay. But like all the feedback I'm going to assume the majority of this cast, not
specifically,
their generation,
exactly,
but just this group of people receives is like about them personally and how they demonstrate themselves as a human for public like observation. And so and also then you add in the season 6 hype and all this stuff, and you know, the influencer economy being like whatever F it is, however you describe it. Like it's just all these things working together to make them like hyper aware to the point of paranoia. Yeah. Like,
I mean, and paranoia that they are right to have. I'm not going to pretend like they are. I'm not going to pretend like they are wrong to have that concern. But
that is totally fair.
Just don't know how to just like work with somebody you don't like and just deal with it. Like, why do you care how Jeremiah is moving? Why does that matter? You do you.
Well, and I've been sorry.
No. So that's kind of like my point as to why it should not be up to them.
Yeah.
Who it should
Oh
have
my
been up
God,
to
they
is the
effed it up
corporation.
every
Who,
time.
if the corporation realized that this one person is such a disruption that they need to like pull her aside to calm her down, they need to
Yeah.
change the narrative and cut out scenes to protect her. And I'm using air quotes. I just realized y'all can't see them again. To protect her because they feel like she's been getting too much flack about her actual behavior. So, but now you have created a completely false narrative about somebody else that now you've essentially sent people to attack other people because it is on the corporation. And what sucks for these folks is that they can't do anything about it because they sign pretty ironclad contracts. That's why it does have to come down to us to being very vocal about this is what you
Absolutely.
do.
We have to take a stand and say this is not okay because
this is not okay, right?
About it, Huda is Trump in a bodycon dress.
Exactly.
That
Trump with extra with double lashes.
I'm so sorry, facts.
Like the truth,
bro.
Trump in a bodycon dress.
Exactly, and extra lashes. Which I am sorry, all season I know that we talked about this at the beginning of the season, but I can never get over it, and I just was like, I don't understand why she thinks this is looking good right now, and also
somebody asked. I saw an interview today. When I was like combing through footage to try, I'm like working on like basically like a Huda live fact check video.
Well, Christina, hold on one second. Frenchie, can you say I've been looking for the picture. I don't know where it is. Can you
I want to. Oh, it's from she posted a picture from doing a challenge. How lame.
Somebody asked her about her lashes and they're like, what are you using, girl? And she's like, oh my God.
To be fair, I do understand asking what lash glue that is because apparently
her lashes were great. All of their lashes like lasted the entire time.
I understand asking that question because
Frenchie, send me the picture, please.
Yes, I want to know the pictures, and I also just want to know. So what was the point? So I think to me, hearing everything about Huda, and here's my biggest frustration with people who believe that they are being Huda supporters, but really can't truly understand that what they're saying every time is, well, Huda is telling us how she has all this trauma because so she's been hurting, and so we're just trying to have empathy. And I'm like, okay, I get that, but what you're actually saying is we have empathy for Huda and only Huda because you're saying it doesn't matter how she treats somebody else.
Yes,
because somebody previously treated her poorly.
Everybody has been through some.
Exactly, everybody has been through something. So again, I don't care. What does that have to do with the price of tea in Mumbai or the price of hemp in California? It does not matter. I'm sad that this happened for you. I am empathetic for you. So you know what you need to do? You need to go see the lady, but you do not get to go and then harass other people.
Well, and the thing is that
somebody else said.
She has said she's seen a lady. And she's like, I bet if I was a manipulator, my therapist would tell me. And
I don't think that's not number one. That's not necessarily true. Number two, I don't know if I even believe her.
Well, I was going to say I don't think I believe this.
I've had the same therapist for like 5 years, and I think she would push me to the, and this is just me and my.
But that's just one form of therapy. That's just literally just one type of therapy. There are so many different types.
Like, girl, and how many times did you see this therapist? I would like to know. Were you honest about all the situations with them? Like, I think she would tell me if I was like a master manipulator. Like,
no, she wouldn't.
You're manipulating.
I don't know that they would.
To manipulate me.
Yeah, exactly. So I just found that to be really, really frustrating. But I do want to just talk about very quickly a couple just other things throughout the week that I have either been infuriated by or got a kick out of. Just first of all, to the point about Nick not having any PR training.
That's amazing.
The number of times he slipped and lets us know what's going on between the two of them cracked me up. I think it was maybe with E News he did or whatever, where he said I didn't know that people were saying they thought he was wearing a wig. I never heard that. I didn't see that.
Oh, when she like yanked his hair.
But he said, no, my hair. He said, my hair. He said, Olandria pulls it.
Yes. She was embarrassed. She was like, don't say that.
Hey, yo, my mama's watching this.
Watch this.
So what? So answer me a question. How come how is she pulling his hair like
this is what I'm saying.
No,
this is what I'm saying.
This is what I think happened. Nick was saying she pulled my hair like in a very like fun way, like she pulls it all the time. Alondria was thinking about something they did.
Because she pulls her hair.
Yes. He did not mean that.
He did not mean it like that, but
she was like, whoa.
She was like, whoa.
She told us what happened.
Yes, she didn't. She don't realize she exposed herself. Like I was like, I don't think Nick was saying it like that. You did. You did.
I said,
he's like, sorry, Miss Felicia.
I said, what was Nick doing to her?
But he was not saying it like that.
Exactly. Okay, the other one I want to. So I want to make sure you guys have saw. I don't remember it. So one of those clips is from like maybe E News, and the other one is from ET. I'm not sure. But the one where where they realized that Nick was holding her lip combo in his pocket all the time, and so he pulled it out for her, and then he's
like Nick's
and
color,
they said, because you don't have challenges.
Milkshake.
Right, you don't have challenges anymore, so you can, so now y'all can just be kissing. And then he paused. He's like, "Yeah, we just kissing."
But he was looking down.
Well, remember when he did the solo interview with chicks in the office who like was like not willing to believe them together or whatever, and he was like, "Yeah, I mean, we're doing things that boyfriends and girlfriends do, you know." No.
Exactly.
But I could tell.
And you know what?
I could tell that something was going on. Alandria changed when they got in that Airbnb.
She did. She was a lot more open. Also, I think y'all probably have saw like there was some they snapped some picture, and I'm like, not him having her in the background.
It was hanging. Her butt, she was like standing, so you could like see her like the outline of her body. There was like a bra.
Listen, they are very comfortable. Like Nick even said it. He said he said we lay in bed all day watching Nick Alondria edit.
I know. And I am so happy for it. Yeah. He said it, and I think she also said it too. And I am so happy.
She said we lay in bed and look at
all day.
No, you're not in bed all day.
I lay in bed and watch.
I love it. And that's actually what I suspected. I had a feeling that even if I just, we talked about this a long time ago. Alandria, I mean, she talked about it in this interview, but we talked about this a long time ago. She is just a black woman who was raised a certain way from a certain area, and she's just not about to do all of that on TV.
Yeah.
Even if she did know, which seems like she was like kind of blocking it out. But I knew that if anything ever was going to really pop off, it was going to be outside of the villa. And so I'm so happy for them. And I actually will be even happier for them when they leave LA. When they all are like off in their distant places, when they're not in this.
I want them to stay in LA because it's more comfortable in LA.
Yeah,
for them.
But neither of them have. I mean, listen, I support them wherever they are together, united. Okay, like, whatever.
But I think LA is a better place for them because celebrities are here. You know what I mean? And this is a place where celebrities are. So the treatment that they need, they would get it here.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
I completely agree with that. I think what I really mean is I just want them I want this period right now
to be
where
over.
There's this frenzy to be over so they can have time to go like to their their friends and their family, just kind of like to have a reset. That's what I really, really need.
Last season.
But I agree. I could see them as much as Alandria said she was like, I don't know about leaving the South. I was like, well, it sounds like you do know about leaving South because because she knows she wants to do like modeling. She knows this is her moment.
Oh, and he said, well, she's really smart. She's really beautiful.
She said, she don't want to tell everything.
I think that's fair. I think that's smart.
So she's saying, because Nick said, I want her to move to LA. And she said, well. Then she said, oh, I'll consider it.
Yeah.
And then she's looking at Nick. She's moving here with her man. Period.
Well, listen, not only is she moving here with him, he has everything set up for her.
I know, right?
They were talking about how beautiful she is, and he's like, "No, she's gonna model. We
exactly.
already have everything set up." Like Nick lives out here. He has a place out here because he models, and he has everything set up for her. And another thing is, I don't think he's going to let her get away because here's the thing. If Alondria goes back home, there's going to be some problems. Not like they're going to have issues, but The black men, she's now on the radar.
Right,
So,
right.
Everybody's
But-
radar.
the
But
black men that she's used to and the black men that she was looking for are going to be on her. So she needs to stay in LA with him.
let me tell you another thing. They have been together as boyfriend and girlfriend, and they can't get their hands off of each
They
other.
really
They can't
cannot.
stay away from one another. So he's not going to let her move back to Houston. No, we're together. And
I think
it's
you're right.
starting from now. So Alondria, they're probably figuring out, how they're going to go get her stuff shipped here. They're probably looking at places. Like, it's over. It's over. They're together.
I think so
Relationship
too.
wise, but also career wise, it's a smart move for them to stay here.
Yeah, I know. I completely and totally agree.
As long as they can, listen, I want them to be together
They're
forever.
Opportunity.
But as long as they can be together, like that will bring the most fruits of their labor.
It is both good for them romantically, but also is also a wise financial decision for all.
Right.
For all
Also,
involved.
Somebody oh my God, on the thing I saw today, somebody showed that there's like a guy on. I don't engage with this content because it weirds me out, but there is a grown adult man who kinda, to some people, looks like he could be Marcel.
We know. Oh, we know.
Yeah.
So they showed it to them today, and they were like, "Oh," I think Alondra was like, "He's lost a little bit of melanin, but like he could be." And that it just freaks me out. I don't love it. They were like very open. They were like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna see whatever." I don't know why it freaks me out. I just I don't really think he looks like them or whatever. But I'm like, yeah.
Nick did anything else with with curlier hair, but he's been milking it. He's been milking it.
Yeah. I just wanted to say to Cindy's a message that's on the screen. Right. I completely agree. And this is actually why I don't believe that the reunion is going to be productive. And I don't think it's going to be as satisfying for the viewers or for the Islanders as they think, because it really quite literally is not safe for any of the.
If it's not safe, they're not going to go.
They're going to go because they're on a contract to go. So.
Well, I think that they have more to.
I think they will be there, but I just don't think that we will be able to have the kind of conversation that would need to be had. Also, we know Ariana doesn't have the range, and Andy only chooses to have the range when he chooses to.
But this is the thing. It's so weird. Why is he there? Does anybody know? It's so weird to have him there. We have two hosts for the reunion.
I think because Ariana does not have the range, but they didn't want to say that she couldn't do it.
Yeah.
And I think also Andy is there aren't nowhere near as many summer shows, and so Andy's don't forget about me.
I feel like last year Ariana did the reunion. There was a lot of shit going on behind the scenes that made that reunion really hard to conduct based on what I know of past behavior
and with Kane's behavior and stuff
that. Kane got sent home while he was here, and it was just a disaster kind of. Not a disaster. It was mellow. And the most exciting thing happened, or the most Bravo drama thing that happened was Kaylor being like, "How dare you lie to me, Aaron? Fuck!" And then Nicole slut shaming Kendall, basically, which I'll never forgive her for. If I'm being quite honest, I literally will never be on her team after that, which is wild for me to say, but that just the way she handled that really upset me.
Yeah.
Anyway, and it was Ariana. Here's what I will say. Ariana had just come off being a participant and really target of the Vanderpump Rules season 11 final, as we know it, of that cast reunion, where the whole network and the cast hid from her this last 15 minutes of footage that they had of their final night shooting, where everybody was talking shit about her and being like, she thinks she's Beyonce. I'm like, we're doing this, blah, blah, blah. And she's sitting there crying, like, this really hurts my feelings. They didn't show it to her until then. Like, and then the show, as we know it, ends like she goes, mind you, there is a fight during Scandival where Sandoval said to her when she was asking to have more quality time, and he said, sorry, I don't have time to watch 50 goddamn episodes of Love Island. And now she's the host of Love Island, okay? She's hosting the reunion. Like, and there was just like and it was the biggest season ever for this particular franchise.
Chicago in between.
Right. Yes, I know. It's there in Chicago 8 times. Leave me alone about it. Anyway. So there's like a lot happening. And so I think that now the thing with Andy makes me feel like there's room for like a slightly weird dynamic. Like, hey, I know you could do this by yourself. We're gonna call like your old boss in, just like in case. However, I do understand why, just because if she wants to remain the host and she's like a really passionate viewer of the show who's like invested, it's not in her best interest if she wants to continue as the host of the show to be like, so why were you abusive? Like, it's not in her best interest.
Because she's probably not competent.
Right.
Yes. No, exactly. I mean,
she can't handle it.
Sorry,
she quite literally does not know how to do it.
He is, there's just nobody more, there just isn't. There's nobody more seasons.
You're right. So Christina, I don't feel like you have to explain it anymore. Like, I think that's just it. She just doesn't have the skills.
I'm done. That's pretty much it.
That's kind of my whole thing with Huda. Every time she gets on her way to explain away something that she calls an apology, and
did you just compare me to Huda?
No. This is what I mean. What I mean to say is, I am so sorry.
I'm just kidding. I'm totally kidding.
What I mean to say is, I think that like sometimes you feel like you need to give an explanation when you don't have to. She just does not have the skill set. That's all it is to it. And it probably was uncomfortable to say you can't do it, Ariana. And so instead they would say, so maybe you do it with him. Now, for Empathy's question, I don't know if he even watches the show because he barely seems like he watches the Housewives shows half the time.
I want to hop in on that too. Maybe that's why Ariana is there, because he don't watch the show.
I think that I can see that.
She's his like traffic guide or something, like where they'll have
crazy.
Like he's the. I said to somebody the other day, and I was like, I don't like saying this, but I really think the only person who is in a position to properly question Huda is Andy Cohen, because he does.
Child, let's hope we're gonna figure it out.
Listen, only because, and even better if he doesn't watch that, if it's him with his like, and then Ariana with her knowledge, then then she can prep him to be like, okay, but just to be clear, you understand why this is bad, right? Like he's
messy.
No, that's true.
Right.
And he will get the mess.
And he's fine, and
he will address it.
And he's not in jeopardy of being some kind of problematic host, right? Like, so I understand.
I also thought about this while you were making your point, Christine. I also thought that maybe it's also because Ariana, they don't probably want her, like you talked about, they probably don't want her being a little rough with them. So Andy can be nasty. She can be the Vanna White of the situation.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. That's smart.
Okay, but if they're co-host, okay, don't relegate her. But I understand your point. I'm just like so pro. I'm just like so team Ariana. Like, how dare you? But yes, pretty much. Yeah. Pretty much. Like, okay, but also, I just as like a
well, and then, you know what?
Person, like, God, what a weird dynamic. I don't envy her dealing with.
And, you know, I've been thinking about a lot, Nikki, ever since you first made the comment about how Ariana should not be making, you know, she shouldn't be giving any commentary about the cast in middle season. And I was thinking like, oh, you know, previously I think I wrote like, oh, but you know, like I know all the male hosts do it, but I think there are two things that we highlighted. One, A lot of times those are for shows that are they have been filmed and then they're being edited, and then we are hearing the commentary, but like it's being shaped differently. It's not like there's audience interaction. So I think that was the first point you made. But I think the second is, yeah, Ariana, you're a fan just like us, but you can't be a fan. You just cannot be the fan right now. And I think like Maya Jama actually also, like, she is what I like about her, like in After Sun, is that she will ask a question, but she won't make it like a suggestion. She'll say, what do you all think, panel? Do you think that this could be happening?
And that's how Ariana needs to lead out moving
exactly
forward.
Not instead of saying, oh, I wonder if.
Yeah, because here's the thing. The adults know that she is just being playful, right? Everybody else is thinking that her.
But the kids might not know.
Yes, everybody else is thinking her opinion of the show is the show co-signing what she's saying. And that's how we got here. Because she said that Huda, she said that Chelley was probably intimidated or intimidated by Huda because of Huda's dance moves. Everybody took that as the show is saying that Chelley is jealous
wrong.
of Huda. So immediately all the racism started with Chelley.
And especially after me finding out that Ariana, you didn't see that thing? You didn't even watch. Girl, shush.
She didn't even watch it at that point. She was commenting on it, and the first thing she said was, "I didn't see it."
So then don't talk.
She saw what we saw. She didn't see the uncut footage.
Okay,
that's what she said. She was like, I only saw where I didn't see past where it cut off for everybody else.
Okay, but she did see she saw every other Islander's reaction though, right? Because we saw those.
Well,
they all were like, "Oh my God!"
Like, if I can understand being like, "Oh, like she's like," if you don't understand that she's trying to be, I think the word you just said, Nikki, was playful or like something like that. Like if she's like, well, I wish I could dance like that. Like maybe she was feeling like insecure of her like moves. Like I wish I had moves like that. Like she's not saying like, well, Chelley is an insecure person.
Well, what's the dancing? Was that from when Megan Thee Stallion was there?
No.
That was from the heart rate challenge.
Let me look you up and down.
What I will say about that is, I absolutely I watched it, and because I was just like the way what was coming on my feed was Ariana was saying that the girls were jealous of Huda, and I'm like, that don't sound like it didn't make. For what I know of her on TV, it makes sense, right? So I go back and watch it, and I was just like, this is why I said she has to stop giving her opinion of the Islanders, because even though she didn't say it this way, this is how some people, some interpreted what she said, and they are now saying, well, Ariana's the host, so the show agrees that Chelley is jealous of Huda. And now we do this.
Exactly. It got very
and then she never went back to correct it.
Yes,
the show never very like, this is Ariana's fault. And any of their like PSAs that against bullying that we are not satisfied with, like this is Ariana's fault. Like she has an Asian boyfriend, and after Sierra left, like she was getting similarly vile messages about her relationship. He was getting them, like it got. That's not to say that like, oh well, if Ariana's getting messages now you should care. I'm just saying that like there's this like belief that she is somehow in control of the decisions that the show is making. Not from you.
That's what I was saying, because this is listen, I hate that I was proven right. But a week before this happened, I said she got to stop giving her opinion. And this is when she gave an opinion that I agreed with, because she was in people's TikToks saying Team Alondria, I love a lot. Like, and I was just like, I get it. I understand that she's trying to be the fun auntie, but she's the host of the show. She has to stay out of there. And you know, her giving her opinion, her reposting stuff, her liking videos about certain contestants, it could be seen a certain way. It could be seen as favoritism. A week later, that whole thing happened.
Oh, I see. I get that.
I get that. And I think to add on to like what made it even worse, to the point is that if there was a notion that people were now feeling bad for Ariana because she was getting flack, and then we saw weeks of Alandria and Chelley getting hateful messages. Alandria's TikTok being hacked. Which, okay, I'm sorry, just one real quick sidebar. I was having such a get out moment when we saw that very first live of Nick and Alandria, and then suddenly Huda's hugged up right next to Alandria, as Alandria is talking about the fact that she cannot get into her TikTok because it's been hacked. And it's been hacked by the people who, whether they are actually Huda fans or if they were just claiming to be Huda fans, but this is all happening in that exact second. I was just like, get her out of there. Get her out of there.
Said nothing.
Said nothing.
Like, I
Not
do
a single thing.
not agree. Like, that isn't fair. Like, don't do that in my name.
Right. Nothing. Said nothing. And I'm just like, get off of her. Why are you snuggling with her? Get away from her. Protect Alandria. Get that woman far away.
Get your man away from her.
And that's true. True and true and true.
Because one thing for certain, two things for sure.
Go ahead.
What, my mother, if she was alive, she would have said, "Oh no,
don't
ever around your man."
Oh yeah, my grandma didn't play that. My grandma didn't play that.
We not. No, she's not. No, she's not our play daughter. No. She's a fully grown woman. She's a fully grown woman, and she has her own room, and she can go to it.
Yes.
Just relatedly, like, or maybe not, I don't know. Everybody knew that we were missing any kind of anything from Huda supporters or from Huda herself saying, please don't send fucking racist, horrible messages to people. Like, even if you don't mean it, girl, some people who've never been outside or something, I don't know where you're how old your fans are, what they're doing, but whoever's sending messages like this, like, you need to say something. You just went and call her daddy. That platform is massive. Didn't say anything, and so
only made things worse by saying how badly
she kept calling them out. So there's a clip that I found today when I was going through I was like scrubbing these interviews for my like fact check compilation or whatever video, and I found a video of her saying, like, I don't condone this, I don't condone that, nobody should be getting hate messages, blah blah blah. It's like a little over a minute, and I posted it just in the hopes of, like, just listen, if you have a Huda supporter in your life, you may be eligible for compensation. Like, just get this out to people. Like, somebody just put this out into the world, because stop it or whatever.
Well, but see, here's the thing. I actually did see somebody else, like, maybe in like a comment under a comment under a comment under a comment of a TikTok where somebody said, "Oh no, Huda did say something. So why are people complaining?" And they said they found this little probably the same thing that you found, Christina. But here's the point: but Huda also was on a national platform where she could have made the message loud and clear. And what she said was that she was bullied, and she already knows right now that people believe that the women that she's calling her friends were bullied. So
let me just say,
she had many chances to fix it. She refuses to do it.
Let me just state, just for my own well-being and livelihood, that I put in highlighted text on the video, read caption with a pointer emoji, because people don't like to do that, even though I'll put time and effort into those. And in the caption, I was like, well, since Huda chose, for whatever reason, to not address this on the massive Call Her Daddy platform, blah, 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 and explain the whole thing, and was just like, I found this while I was looking for other clips. This wasn't promoted. And so my point in saying that is she needs to say this louder and more often. Okay. And the point is, stop fucking sending to people. What is wrong with you?
Well,
anyway,
you would hope that you wouldn't even have to tell people not to do that, but we know that we do.
So I put it on my TikTok and I put on my TikTok and my Instagram, and I don't even post that much on my feed to TikTok anymore. But like, dude, the comments on this TikTok, I was like, what does she have?
It's kids, because they see themselves in her because she acts like a child.
Right. And
So
do you
they're
think
advocating for someone who is just like them. She's a poster child for children.
do you think that there should be any kind of like voting changes made? Like
For
I
Love
propose
Island?
the idea. Well, no, like I propose the idea of like people should be 21 and up and need a Peacock subscription to vote for this.
They're
Because
never gonna do that. I mean,
know,
I like it,
I
but they're not gonna
know,
do it.
I'm dreaming. It's just my wildest dream. But like these TikTok like 14-year-olds are like, what do you? They're
Well, here's the
what?
thing.
That's their audience. That's their audience.
I know.
Well, no, here's the thing. Two things I want to address that. One, I don't believe that that is the audience. I think that is the audience on social media.
I agree.
I
Okay,
don't
fair,
think that these
fair,
kids
fair.
are actually watching this show.
Fair.
I think that they are watching clips
Mm-hmm.
and sometimes people's live on TikTok.
Right.
They are not logging in. They are not logging into Peacock. I don't think any of them have Peacock. They're not logging into the show. So I don't think the pull that everybody thinks that they actually have, they don't, because they don't amount to actual coin for Peacock because they're not subscribers. Now they will amount up to some kind of capital for Peacock for the social media impressions, but where the money really is for them is the subscriptions.
Yeah.
They can say to advertisers who this is how media is paid for. They can say to those advertisers, we have this many subscribers and this many people watch this show. So when they go into negotiate for those advertisers will give them a certain amount of money, and they want a lot. So they need to have a certain amount of people to even be able to negotiate with advertisers. So that don't necessarily mean capital, but the internet is where they're at. So they created all this chaos because this is what they're on. They only see a certain kind of narrative. Now, how I think Love Island will change the voting, if that does happen, I'm skeptical like Miss Brown Sugar. I'm not sure if it will. But if it does happen, what I think is that they'll probably allow America to vote the lowest couple into the bottom, and then have the Islanders decide who goes home. So the Islanders get the final say. Now, if they do that, I would probably be on board.
Like we vote for our least favorite.
Yeah, so whoever is in the bottom will be decided by the votes, because they want to keep that interaction, right? So whoever's in the bottom, the Islanders will have to decide who goes, and I think that would be better because it will be left up to the Islanders, who are actually there with everyone, and it will also take the gotcha moments from people who are coming to the show just to vote off people they hate for whatever reason. So that would be the smartest way to do it. I'm not sure if they will.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Well, I
just
like
wanted to pop on and say that I'm gonna hop off. I'm gonna still listen in the chat, but I realized, if you realized from before, I have actually not done much more.
Oh my God! Okay, sorry,
I'm gonna just off of this part, but I'm gonna continue to chatting, and I just really enjoyed talking to everybody.
Awesome. Thank you so much for being here.
Oh God, love you too. So thanks so much. Bye.
I just
You
want
can
to
kick
say,
me off if you want to. I mean, I'm just hanging out.
Everybody off. We're about to wrap this up. This is the longest live I've ever done.
I just want to say, Huda could have come on and said, guys, this is a show, reality show. We're friends. We fell out and all of that, but we're still friends. You know, no hard feelings. She could have cleared that up in one interview.
Hold on. I just want to address this comment.
But because she is, hold on one second, Christina. Because she is always presenting herself as a victim, she don't have the balls or even the wherewith to say, this is not what y'all think. She'd rather it be controversial.
Because it centers her.
Yeah, bingo. Now go ahead, my love. You have the floor.
What comment?
All I was going to say is that I know exactly what this comment is about. And I would just like to say that I support you, Denise W., for sharing it. Okay. But I would like to caution others when they read headlines that sound as juicy as this beautifully written statement does, because Nick is threatening to crash out at the Nick is threatening to crash out at the reunion. if they don't show certain scenes that justify their actions. He crashed through walls. He doesn't care. Okay. What Nick said was, in a light little meatball, mommy's meatball way, like, yeah, I'm going to bring receipts. I might crash out if they don't play them. I'll run through a wall. I don't care. I just feel like context is important as everyone's emotions are heightened lately. That's all. And I love you and I appreciate you so much, everyone involved.
And I love Denise even more, but I want to say, as somebody like, I know Denise, and she's just writing this in ABE. Like, it's not.
I just
the way that you repeated it is how she's writing it. It might look a certain way because you can't hear her tone, but you guys have the same tone with this thing.
Okay, well, Denise, like, let's hang out. Do you live here? Are you
I just want to clarify that because you guys are saying the same thing.
Yeah.
And it's just the tone was misinterpreted, but
I'm also just coming off of this like very weird white people, rich people thing of like a CEO of a company cheating on his wife, getting caught at a Coldplay concert that I was fact checking right before I got on this live. So it's just very like I had to like fact check a bunch of fake things.
I absolutely get what you're saying, but I want to let you know that you and Denise are saying the same thing. It's just you can't read her tone. I can because I know Denise. But
I appreciate that.
But I do thank you for saying that as well, because it can be misinterpreted a certain way. And this is also why, especially with Black Americans, with our culture being so popular, so is our verbiage. So people are taking our language and using it a certain way, but it's like, you don't know intent, you don't know tone, like you don't even know the description of certain words, so it could come out a certain way. Like, I hate that crash out is becoming so popular because everybody is using it for the most insane behavior. It's for the Black community, it's really just a little temper tantrum. But everybody's trying to make it seem like it's serial killer language, and it's not that.
Huda, no, we don't all crash out, Huda. We don't all just crash the fuck out or whatever.
That's the show taking our language and trying to make it something. But it's like, as you see the production team, it gets lost in the sauce because they don't have anyone who is Black American.
Do you mean the group photo of the production team?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, but that's Hollywood. For anybody who knows, all your favorite reality TV shows look like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I love that everybody's very vocal about the cast. Y'all need to be vocal about production as well. Especially for all Black shows, y'all need to be vocal about what that production is looking like.
Yeah.
All right, Christina, final thoughts?
Just I appreciate you both and thank you. And I'm just grateful that you have understanding and willingness to communicate with me as a basic white dumb bitch, honestly. I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best to support and enable and amplify however much I can. And I appreciate, I just appreciate you. And that's all. I genuinely, like I do.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Christina. And I love that you come on.
I feel like I already just like committed an offense in the way that I said that. Like I really don't. I don't.
No, here
you have it.
I just don't.
You can take a note. But listen, I want to let you know, you already know this, but I want to make it clear for everybody.
Somebody did point out my ability to take a note in this chat.
I want to say this. Like we always talk about this all the time. I'm fine with there being disagreements. I'm fine with there being issues, but it's like, we're all adults here. None of this is not anything that we can't move on from. Like, I have been corrected in the chat a lot. So do not worry. The Star family always corrects in love. You are okay.
You are part of the Star family.
Yes.
Thank you. I just want to amplify the most beautiful voices that are around me. And I will also just separately say that, I think, Nikki, you probably saw me post this, but I like found some guy's funny reaction video, like watching Love Island like a few months ago, and it was a white straight guy, and I was like, I can't believe that this is like the first like creator that I've shared like all of my Love Island recaps and commentaries and live streams are Black women. And I'm like ashamed of myself that the first one I've been like, this guy's funny was like some white guy.
Let me tell you something. This season of Love Island is so weird because first of all, I have been defending men all season. Straight men. I have been defending straight men all season. And then there are so many straight men who are now like watching the show and they're like making videos. They're subscribed to me. I'm like reposting them. I'm like, Huda brought men, women together. Huda, like I can't
be united in our hatred for this person.
She is bringing together communities that never talk to each other. That I cannot believe it. My algorithm has changed. I have like so many straight guys in my algorithm now. And I'm like, this is weird.
Well, and like their takes aren't bad necessarily, or at least the ones right.
And I'm agreeing. I'm like, I agree with you, straight guy. Oh my God.
Love that for us.
What is she doing to me? I want her and her influence gone.
Get these men out of here.
Anyway, Christina, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
Please don't be a stranger.
Never.
Not hopefully we'll see you on Friday. Bye.
Bye, Christina.
So before we end, I want to address some of my super chats that I got. I think, did I? Oh, we got the med school one. We got that one. Effie. Thank you so much for the super chat. Effie said, we need to protect Chelley and her laundry at all costs. Agree. Hey, Renee. Thank you so much for the super chat. Renee said, I love me some Nikki and Mama Star. Two of God's beautiful angels. Thank you.
Oh, I love you, Renee.
Kay Pratt, thank you so much for the super chat. Kay Pratt said, Chelley played, this beautifully. She posted a lovely message on Instagram and left Huda out of her pics.
Yes, she did. Yes, she did.
This beautifully. I love how Ace is protecting her.
Yes.
I love it. Like Alondria as well. I love how Nick and Ace are protecting their women. They don't have to do anything. They are stepping in and stepping up like men and protecting their women. And I absolutely love it. I'm like, Chelley is so safe with Ace. I'm just so happy for her. So happy for her.
So am I.
I was concerned. I was concerned, but the way he is stepping in and he is not letting anybody harm her, I absolutely love it. So thank you so much, Kate Pratt. Kimberly, thank you for the super sticker.
Thank you, my love.
Thank you so much. And I'm going to get a few more comments and then we're going to let you guys head on to bed. Khalil said, as many reviews that I've watched, y'all could have a small streaming service because some of us don't watch TV, but we watch you, Khalil. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Miss Brown Sugar said, see also the Stand on Business challenge in which the Islanders were given the option to remain anonymous. Okay, then they are not standing on business. Absolutely, but they don't know what the terminology means. It's ridiculous. Like, that's what happens. It's like you cannot use Black culture without having Black people there. The people that invented it, they're like, it's just not going to work. But they keep on trying. We're going to end with E for Empathy. E for Empathy says, see y'all tomorrow. And don't forget to like and share on the way out. Yes. See y'all tomorrow. I cannot believe I was on here for 4 hours. Star Family.
We love this.
Lord, my Love Island lives are the longest lives I've ever had. But there's so much.
4 hours.
Anyway, I love you guys. Thank you all for being respectful to everyone in the chat. Thank you to my panelists for coming up here because this is not easy. And you guys are really coming up here and sharing your perspective. And I am just so thankful to the Star family in general. What a beautiful community that we have.
Yes.
Y'all keep me going. Thank you so much for tuning in. And when you tune out, make sure you tune out with a like. Love y'all. And I will see you tomorrow.
Love y'all.